7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We are in the Stiefel studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And if you want to participate in the program, Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. You can text in to our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. And then open up YouTube, type in TMA STL, and now you're in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and watch the program. Polos Plus dossier today. Jackson, tell the people what we have lined up for them. Here we go. This is the one you wanted, Doug. This is the one you're going to get before you have to make your lifetime roofing lead decision.
Okay.
We'll have the Drops of the Week presented to us by VIP Auto Accessories.
Tommy Cebulka and Brian Grigg, they sponsor that. That's VIPAutoAccessories.com. How do you do?
What if that was the lead?
The Drops of the Week.
Yeah.
They're that good.
Yeah, right. We also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
So that's something we're doing differently today.
Yep.
Okay.
And then interspersed throughout the program, news, notes, nuggets,
I like that.
opinions,
Updates.
facts.
Okay.
Yeah. All of those things.
Doug,
So-
this is kind of a smorgasbord.
Yeah.
General
Sounds like a
banter.
different sort of show today.
Doug, that's the Polos
Okay.
Plus dossier. We've given you enough time. We've delayed the inevitable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable what's going on with the officiating in Oklahoma City. I imagine that's the Lifetime Roofing lead. That's lifetimeroofingstl.com. Also, can the Philadelphia Flyers rattle off 4 straight? I don't know. I don't have the answer. I know you do. I guess you take a look at the Battlehawks and what's on their dossier. You got 3 choices, I guess, now for the Lifetime Roofing STL.com lead.
Well, it doesn't take a whole lot of journalistic chops to figure out what the lead is. It's your St. Louis Cardinal Redbirds.
Not even
That's
on the
who it
dossier
is.
today. Not even on the dossier today, but that is our lead, and we will
Sure it
adjust
is.
accordingly as the Cardinals go to San Diego, get a wonderful start from Matthew Liberatore, and beat the Padres, and now have home field advantage in the standings over the Padres for the 4th spot in the National League playoffs.
Yeah.
So the best of 3 will be set here in St. Louis. That'll be fun.
And because of that, it felt like a playoff atmosphere last night in San Diego.
Nice.
Boy, they had a huge crowd.
They did.
Like 44,000 or something. I don't recall them playing in front of that size crowd anywhere so far this year. Maybe they have. I don't remember if they
They're
did.
tied for the Dodgers with first place up until those Redbirds came to town last night and getting a 2-1 win. How do you do?
That's become a really good baseball town for, 10 years maybe-ish? Whenever the ownership started spending money there, it's
Yeah.
pretty amazing how it works. Started spending money, and they really consistently packed the house. I was thinking for that Cardinal team, what you're saying, Doug, they really haven't had that experience. It's got to be kind of fun. Playoff preview. This is good for this young group to kind of get that playoff feel, Doug, kind of getting ready for it, even though it's
Right.
5 months away.
Well, it's right
I don't
around
know
the
what happened.
corner. It's right around the corner is what it is.
Matthew Liberatore, Jim Dandy, Jordan Walker, 2 more hits. Riley O'Brien, near the top of the league in saves. Why the Cardinals go into San Diego, and here over the last weekend, they faced 2 of the best teams in baseball, both from the National League West, and why they've won 3 of 4.
Okay. I tried to stay up for all of it. I was watching my phone in bed, and Nolan Gorman came up, and I fell asleep while he was at the plate.
You're always on Gorman, this poor guy.
Well, he struck out 3 more times last night. But,
The game was flying.
yeah, it really was.
And Liberatore was a bad break in the first inning.
Yeah, that was a
It's
bad
like a
beat.
check swing that scores a run. It's 1st and 3rd, and I'm thinking, Doug, it's going to get away from him here. It's 1st and 3rd.
Back-to-back games where they have bad
Yeah.
first innings.
Kind of dig a hole, and then he gets the pick off of Bogarts at first. Huge play, call him a save. Then they're like, let's take a look. He's out. That was huge because they could have added on, held him to the 1 run. And then after that, man, it was just flying along. Walker, 2 doubles. That's huge.
Win with the triple to win the game.
Yes.
Nick Castellanos, maybe another right fielder makes that play out there, but he
Nelson
didn't.
Cruz would have made the play.
And probably not him. Jordan Walker probably would have.
They're 12-5 on the road. How about that?
Yeah, and the Cubs just keep winning. That was, 9 in a row for them?
And the Reds keep losing.
Yeah, 7 losses.
They were sitting there at 20-11 a week ago, and now 20-18 as the Cubs sweep them.
Cubs have won 15 straight at home.
Yeah.
But you're only 3.5 back, Doug. They're still. Don't focus on the wild card just yet. I think they've got a shot still.
You see, the Braves have already got an 8-game lead in the National League East.
Well, they're the only team above 500 in the National League East, which is alarming considering the payrolls in the National League East. Cardinals getting the win last night, 2-1, and this was the play that did it. It's a 1-1 game in the 7th inning. Mason Wynn up at the plate.
It's all about timing.
On a line, right field off the end of the bat. Castellanos in, can't make the catch. Walker motors around third. Wynn sprints to third with a go-ahead triple in the 7th.
Like that.
It was nice. Very
Bad
nice.
path. Castellanos took a bad path to that baseball.
Yeah, I'd probably like to have that over again.
You think it was circuitous?
It might have been circuitous. He kind of broke backwards at first. It looked
Jackson says Brokeback Mountain should have been the best picture in 2005 instead of Crash. Or was it 2006?
I don't know. And you stand by that?
Yes.
Yeah, they've done a 3-part movie boy on that. I'm on part 2.
Bad path. He was going kind of towards the foul pole, and then it's like, ooh, crap, that's kind of tailing towards more towards the seats there, and misplayed it in a major way.
I can't get past the fact you enjoy films with cowboys sharing tent space.
It's a really good movie.
Save a cowboy. No, save a horse.
Ride a cowboy.
Ride a cowboy. Is that where that started? Was
That's the
Brokeback
dry
Mountain?
humping.
Yep. That's
Old
right.
dry humping. Loose dry humping.
Right there with Ang Lee.
Well, the bullpen sure was good.
Telling you.
Yeah, 3 shutout innings for them.
Faced 9 batters once Liberatore left the game. The minimum 9 batters.
Yeah.
They've got a developing situation with Soriano, I think. That is, I think Brad Thompson, when he was on with us yesterday from San Diego, talked about that. Because really before that, Graceffo had some pop-up games. You go, okay, that's not bad, but then he would have some rough ones. But Soriano is emerging to pair with Romero and O'Brien, and that is what got them from Liberatore to the victory. And by the way, they threw a combined 29 pitches to get through those final 3 innings and 9 hitters. So they shut them down.
And should be available again today if they,
Approved.
if they have another close one.
They won't need it, though, because McGreevy's on the mound. Doug.
He's going
right.
9
shutty tonight.
shutty.
That'd be sweet.
Fun to watch. Great game. Tight game. I love that. Even though it's a little tense late, that 2-1, even though the Padres lineup hasn't been hitting a ton, you just kind of fear some of those names. Tatis not have a home run? Is that right?
Yeah, we reminded the Southside Seaman about that situation. He was our first-round pick. He has more at-bats than anybody in baseball without home run. And we had a meeting with him yesterday before the game.
How'd that go?
He wasn't happy that we brought it up. Said, hey, why don't you try to steal a base? Maybe that can help us. We're going up against Charlie Marlowe's team. And he did try to steal a base. He just got caught.
Oh, did he really?
And he now plays second base? I can never...
Yeah, he's got second base eligibility.
What's the deal with that?
So he plays short, but he's kind of an outfielder.
Then
Now
he
he's
went to
second baseman.
Right.
Although, to be fair, Mookie Betts kind of has that.
They said on the broadcast last night that he won a platinum glove as a right fielder. I don't recall that, but that's what they said on the broadcast. They only pay him $340 million.
He plays wherever they tell him.
Yeah. 14-year, $340 million contract.
Tim, the other day you read my text about steak and video games, but you didn't say my text inbox name. I'm not mad, but I haven't stopped thinking about it since. Doug, that's from Slinger, like Sunday morning.
I could see where that would get him going.
And then Sweet Sweet Kai. Papers, your boy.
Yeah.
And a surprise guest, am I right?
Said in Charlotte.
There was sort of a dual surprise with him and the Plowhawk back-to-back.
How about that, Doug?
Kind of wedding duels.
He has just sent in an image. Looks like he is in a fairway bunker. He says, Tim and Friends. And we are thinking about changing the name of the show. My dad really likes that.
Tim and Co., I think, would be better.
Associates.
Yeah.
Tim and Friends.
Tim.
Tim and Friends, good morning from sunny Charlotte and the Quail Hollow Club. Who should I live bet today? Mr. Tim, you've been on a roll. Doug, that's from Sweet Sweet Kai, Jackson's buddy. And he also spends some time with a recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Okay.
Yep. Is that there at Quail for the truest?
Just hanging?
No, working.
He's working in the fairway bunkers? Mm-hmm. Is he really?
Yeah.
Got the call up.
Yeah, he's got a big tournament coming his way come August, so got to get right.
When you're working in the bunker, does that mean you're just continually raking?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Rake
He gets back Sunday, and I'm very curious to talk to him about how the experience was.
How about that?
So it is connected to Bell River, the BMW.
Yeah.
So you get some time
Right.
ahead
So
of
this guy's like a globally well-known
Sand
fairway
trap
bunker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's a fairway bunker out there, this guy can rake it.
Holy crap, man. That's awesome.
Backpack blower will travel.
There's not a machine for that? It's all done by hand, I guess.
Yeah, you can't, it's sometimes it takes the human touch.
Human
Well, that's a lot of
touch.
raking.
Bruce Springsteen?
87 album and song?
Tunnel of Love?
Oh,
Or is
you're
that-
right. Yeah,
is
you're
Tunnel
right.
of Love album
Yeah.
day?
I don't recall.
Is that if at a hindsight? Was that a double entendre?
I just was thinking I always worry about where to put the rake down after I exit the sand trap. Do you put it sideways so you might block a ball from going in there, help the guy behind you?
I was playing last night at, do you call it dusk or sunset?
I never say dusk.
I feel like with athletics, it's always dusk.
How about that? Look at Jackson just dunked on you.
I'd say
How's it
sunset.
feel? Patrick Ewing.
Athletics or pistol duels, it's always dusk.
And a rake saved the day from the fairway bunker, Doug. So I guess,
Yeah.
is that how you pay it forward, or are we not protecting the field?
Yeah, you pay it forward if you lay it down sideways in front of the sands so the guy behind you's ball won't trickle in there.
Sweet Sweet Kai had the question. I honestly don't. I didn't have a feel for this week's tournament, as I said on the spread zone. Doug, as you know, Matt McCarty is down there leading it at 8 under. Sung Jae Im coming back from injury. Kind of fun to see him have a nice round.
Good times, yeah.
Yesterday. He has to finish his round this morning. Sweet Sweet Kai's probably following Sung Jae Im, and he's one back. I'll go with a dart. Christopher Rayton. Doug, Christopher Rayton.
Okay.
There's my leader after the second round. Sweet Sweet Kai, the Norwegian, has been playing some good golf. Nobody knows about him, but he was kind of lurking at Augusta on the weekend, and he was one stroke off winning the Zurich with his Norwegian countryman. So
How much golf can you play in Norway? I bet it's a short season.
Maybe Sweet Sweet Kai can hand him the phone and we can get him on the program
I would like
and
to
talk
hear
it over
that.
with him.
Yeah.
I'm going to go.
Well, where is he? Well, where is he?
Scott Piercy at 50 to 1.
Sweet Sweet Kai takes Scott Piercy at 50 to 1. I believe he's playing in a member guest somewhere this
gonna say,
weekend. And then also Christopher Rayton, Doug, the Norwegian. Norwegians love Charlotte golf.
If you were a golfer, wouldn't you move out of Norway just about as soon as you could?
Most of those guys play golf like collegiately in America.
How about that, Doug?
Yeah, you'd think you'd have to leave before that to get good enough to be able to play collegiately in America. I mean, you couldn't wait till you're 18. Hey, I think I'll take up golf.
Well, it's not like we can play in the winter here.
How dare you?
You can in Florida, California, Arizona,
But
Texas.
like if someone from St. Louis,
Yeah, but if you
maybe
want to stay in like the nice areas.
You know,
if someone from like, I don't know, Wisconsin made the tour, you wouldn't be like, I'd be shocked.
no, but a lot of them do move.
Steve Stricker,
Steve Stricker, Doug.
Wisconsin. Played at Illinois.
My read is Jackson didn't know that. That's my read.
That he's from Wisconsin.
I was trying to
No
think of a
idea.
golfer from when you said that. Steve Stricker.
Andrew Hubbard, Doug, is the buyer for Polos Plus, online at polosplus.com, crafting wonderful goods. Martin's Polos Plussed up, I see. Chairman Kurt Polos Plussed up. Doug, I'm not. I can't see papers because my phone books are down.
I'm not.
Okay. And he sent me this text, Doug. It's polosplus.com. You enter that promo code TMA at checkout. And he sent me, boy, there's a lot of text coming in my phone and the Air Comfort Service text inbox. That's the dossier I pay for. Papers gets his hair cut and starts to mail it in. And now we got a problem with a sponsor.
I don't know what more he would want in there.
Now we're not going to save the sponsorship.
Yeah,
with that
when in
response.
doubt, put it back on the sponsor. I'm not wrong. You're wrong.
Right.
I just don't.
These guys put food on your table.
No, it's
when
just-
you're at Tam Ave with the ladies all around and you're drinking whatever daiquiri you have in your hand, you need to thank Andrew Hubbard and polosplus.com.
Yeah, you're right.
Just more authoritative. All right, we've got some ice rock coming up in 7-3. We'll talk Redbirds throughout the show. We want you to get involved. We're also going to go to the desk of Jack B. If we have time, we'll play the drops of the week. You say if you have time. You know, for 4 hours show.
I like that.
To make it seem like you're really up against it.
Really
Yeah.
jam-packed.
There's a lot of hosts that just
While we
start.
spend 4 minutes on Jackson's buddy raking bunkers in Charlotte.
Yeah.
You always start with, we got so much to get to. I hate the host who will talk. The first 10 minutes is, there's so much to get to. Well, but get to it.
Speaking of Kai, has he been turned out in the men's locker room down there yet? That's from Morrison Woods Wacko. I don't know. You ought to call in.
He's always welcome to call in.
314-974-0101. Are you serious? You didn't even mention the Springfield Thunderbirds. Talk Calder Cup. Jesus!
Oh.
Doug, that's from Pat Doug's rump.
Oh.
They had a dramatic win. You heard it right here? maybe?
Yeah,
you did.
We did. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good.
Biggest upset in Calder Cup history?
Question mark?
That's what it said.
Who's it?
That's what the man said.
Let me ask again, who won?
Springfield Thunderbirds.
Doug.
They beat the Providence Bruins.
Oh, to win the championship?
Well, they move on to the
I
Atlantic
can feel
Division
the text
final.
coming up I-55 northbound as we speak.
Yeah, your lack of puck knowledge is really starting to become a problem.
Well, I was very busy last night doing charity work.
Oh, were you really? Where were you going?
I don't know. I just made that up. To try to
Wow,
sound
bluff
better.
me off the pot.
Did you have some ice
I
cream
had
last
pocket
night?
eights, too.
I did. How'd you know?
Oh, it's Thursday.
Would you have that moose tracks or bunny tracks or whatever the hell it is?
Oh, I had some kind of frozen custard pop. This is only like 100 calories of
Nice.
chocolate. It's pretty good.
Maybe Polos Plus can make some shirts with broken radio dishes and cut cable images to reflect the ability of this station to stay on the air. It's in the Oakville Lawnmonger. Was the station out on the air?
Yeah, for a little bit last night.
Took a
Did
hit
you
last
not see
night.
the
And did
email?
that interfere with your Calder Cup listening?
Yes. I was like, damn it. I can't get any more Calder Cup. But yeah, station went off the air. It was a huge power outage here last night.
In the 8 o'clock hour,
Yeah.
8 to 9 apparently.
Yeah. Big shout out to the engineering department for getting on that quickly. I think it was remedied within the hour. So that's pretty impressive when an entire cluster of stations go off the air.
It's got to be a tough one. We got, 6 stations here? They're all-
Reading that email gave me massive anxiety.
Jackson mails it in every day that ends in Y. On Friday, he's already mentally on the first tee. That's from the Hunchback of Von Castle. Are you mentally on the first tee?
I'm not playing today.
Oh, is that right? What do you got going on?
I'm going to fully get some more stuff for my apartment, like really lock it in. Okay. I've been living kind of bare bones for the last 2 weeks.
Rustic?
Very rustic, yeah. Very
Minimalist.
meat and potatoes. And so I'm going to get some stuff for my apartment. I'm playing tomorrow.
Where are you going? Are you going to IKEA?
Yeah, probably today.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna put it together yourself?
Luckily, it won't be anything that takes too much construction. But yeah, I've done that before with IKEA.
And that's not just a stereotype or a cliche. It's really a thing, right? When you get something from IKEA, it can be a struggle with the 4,000 parts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and all you get is an Allen wrench, which in a way is nice. You don't have to have like a whole tool set. Also sucks because that's like 80 pages of instructions.
Don't your parents have a bunch of furniture in their basement they've been saving for you for this very moment?
No basement in the family estate.
Oh, gosh, just a slab.
That's right. Oh, yeah, never had a
boy,
basement.
sorry I brought that
Are
up.
you building a simulator or what?
Yeah, they're going to fill a simulator with no basement. Some furniture, but yeah. So it's not furniture necessarily. It's more like accoutrement, rugs, bath mats, curtains, and such.
Don't
Hey,
say it's such.
Jackson, really enjoyed the Instagram less ad. What park were you in? Thanks. Doug, that's from Big Tuft. What the hell did I just read?
I don't know. You post some Instagram photo of the park?
Feeling cute, might delete later?
No, it was an advertisement for Mother's Day for our friends over at Lee's Chicken.
They're buying your Instagram account now. Look at you.
It was a deal. I did it last year.
Followers you got, bruh?
I did it last. Well, I did it on the ATMA STL account.
Got it.
I did it last year. You may remember it was.
Foot Rub Friday?
Yeah, it was a source of controversy when I.
Don't say controversy. Don't ever say that again.
We'll fight you.
Thought I'd sneak
Are you
that
on
one
the pot?
past you.
What did you say?
On the pod.
Controversy.
Controversy.
When I did the foot rub thing, So this one was less of that, more just down the line.
I see.
Talking about Lee's Chicken and the wonderful things they're doing for Mother's Day.
Hold on a second. Are you acting in this?
Not really.
Okay, I don't have the audio on.
No, I'm just
got the Ray-Bans on.
I got
ladies that love the Ray-Bans.
Yeah, I did it outside.
And you have a card?
Yeah, I was right.
This was on the TMA _STL Instagram account.
Yeah, I was writing my mother a Mother's Day card whilst doing the video.
You know, one of the things, as you know, Martin, Doug, and I decided to pursue local television despite opportunities at medical school. Doug had an opportunity to get an MBA at Washington University, but we chose wisely.
A higher paying career.
That's correct.
A higher calling.
And one of the things I recall being taught, was it Andy Pearson who was the anchor I worked with in Little Rock, Doug, 27 years ago?
Hell, you worked with us.
And he said, okay, when you're broadcasting, turn off the monitor, but keep the audio on and listen for your vocal inflection. So that way you're not paying attention to how cute you are. And he was about 10 years my senior, and I liked what he was doing there. And then he said, turn the audio off, and then cover your nose and your mouth, and then see if your eyebrows and your eyes are also telling the story. And that way you can see if you are broadcasting for television properly. This is a wonderful little tip for the kids out there thinking about making $18,000 in South Dakota by pursuing journalism.
Yeah.
And so, Jackson, as I watch this Instagram clip, I think you are delivering a wonderful story for Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken with your eyebrows, even though they're hidden in part behind those wonderful Ray-Bans.
Thank you, man. That's really kind. Again, not classically trained, so kind of learning as I go.
Just a natural, though. Just a natural.
Kind of learning as I go. But thank you. Yeah. Trying to make strides.
How do I find this fellow?
It's on the TMA STL
You're
Instagram.
not on the Instagrams?
No, and then when people send me, I can't open them if you're not on the gram.
Let's get you on the gram.
All right, so I can see papers, do what we just learned in a Tim Talk. What is it?
Tim Talk.
You raised your eyebrows?
Yeah, really nicely. Daniel Day-Lewis.
What do you do with your eyebrows to say, give me some of that chicken, bro?
Cut that off.
I guess you kind of look quizzically at the camera when you the
I look
idea of
hungry?
chicken. Yeah, right.
How about this from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter? So these hot wives in Huntley, there are not a lot of people there.
Right.
No, a few hundred.
Good morning, fellas. Yeah, I saw the ad. Old boy looks a lot like Anthony Michael Hall in The Breakfast Club. How about that from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter?
Could be worse. Things could be a lot worse.
That was Judd Nelson, Ali Sheedy, and of course the great Molly Ringwald. Am I right on that?
Emilio Estevez?
Emilio Estevez?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, boy, he is doing some acting.
Yeah.
And those eyes say, I'll have a breast and a thigh.
Is Anthony Michael Hall your favorite Rusty? Text in.
Of the...
There's
On
four,
the vacation
I think.
vehicle?
I think there's four
for
Rusties.
sure.
There was a guy who went on to be in the Big Bang Theory.
Johnny Galecki.
That's
Christmas Vacation.
Yeah. I think
Nick Papagiorgio
had the most to do, probably.
had the most to do.
Well, no, I don't think the other Rusties got their own.
And then the one who
B-plot.
probably would be everybody's fourth-ranked Rusty turns out to be Blake Lively's older brother.
Yeah, the guy who's like 6'5". It's like taller than Chevy Chase and European.
Vusty. Did you do a walk and talk with a neckbeard in the woods? Isn't that everything you stand against papers? That's from Bobby Big Wheels.
Wasn't in the woods.
Did you shave that neckbeard?
Yeah. Wasn't in the woods. I was outside, but that doesn't mean, yeah.
tree.
Just if you see a tree, it doesn't mean I was in the forest.
What state park you in, boy? Backyard.
Yeah, I was in the backyard.
Happy early birthday, Doug. Doug's birthday, Martin.
No,
this
it's
is
not my
Doug's
birthday.
birthday.
Tomorrow.
It's not today.
It sounds like you don't want the birthday show.
I don't want the birthday. I've had plenty of those already.
Well, that's the surprise, I guess, on the Polos Plus dossier. Friends will be dropping by, celebrities, to pay tribute. I would imagine you will hear from Rams and Blues and Cardinals and Billikens and Battlehawks and River Otters.
Happy birthday.
And there's Mike Lee dropping by to start
it's not
things
my
off.
Birthday.
Here comes Vincent Price.
No, he won't be.
Sea Monster's birthday, same day, right?
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
And Lisa Ann?
What are the chances?
The big three, I
Oh,
say.
yeah, Lisa Ann, same day.
Yeah. Big three.
Maybe she'll call in.
I don't think that she would.
I'm looking at this TMA STL Instagram. It brought up the page. I can't play anything, but it has TMA Las Vegas, Plowboy
What's
Meals.
TMA Las Vegas? Are we doing a new presentation?
There's kind of a headline of
It's like the real world.
it says TMA Shorts. It says the Dotem, TMA Merchandise, and then it says Iggy Singing. That's what these are my options.
A lot of great choices. Where do you go?
I'm seldom on Instagram on the desktop version, so I don't know.
I know,
honestly
I didn't,
how it looks.
Those are highlights.
Ah, got it. Thank you,
Plowboy
Joe.
Those are our
Meals.
highlights.
Okay.
22 years.
Plowboy Meals, TMA Las Vegas. I see papers there. God, I can't watch it, buddy. Can you play it for me in the break?
Yeah.
And so you sent a card to your mom, more like a message.
I was right. I'm going to see her on Mother's Day.
But,
so I'll
but
give
the
it to her
bit was that you were filling out the card.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, happy birthday month. That's from Big Tuft.
Oh. Yeah, well, thank you, but I don't care for the birthday.
Speaking of neckbeards, Cottleville fatties are in a tizzy over the new Red Hot Riplet kettle cooked chips. It's a whole deal. It's from Doug's prison wallet. I have no idea what that's about. I'm just learning things here in the Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour. What's going on with the Red Hot Riplet kettle cooked chips? Does anybody know anything about this?
No, it involves Cottleville fats.
I think I've seen them in the
fats?
Oh, yeah, I've seen the fats, but more so the chips in the convenience store.
Oh, yeah.
I have not purchased them or sampled them, so I can't give you a report.
Yeah, I'm never with you.
Finally, you guys mentioned Coach Monty's last pro team, the River Otters. Some slinger like Sunday morning. He felt like that should have been the Lifetime Roofing
I don't know.
STL.com lead.
No, it's still a Cardinals town.
I was with Monty yesterday on the 2 Fox Studios, and then we did a segment about the team and then one about his career. I didn't realize till I looked it up. His jersey is retired at the University of Maine.
Really?
And I said, no offense. I said, I didn't know you were that good. I mean, I know he made it to the NHL.
They probably haven't had too many make it from
Paul
Maine.
Correa was his teammate.
Oh, really?
That overshadowed you a little bit. But he had to be pretty darn good.
Sure. I didn't realize Paul Correa had gone to Maine. That's kind of...
They won a Frozen Four championship.
Martin, please take this whole how do I get on Instagram thing off air. Your CBC is showing. That's from Mr. Licks, Doug. Mr. Licks has not commented on Live Golf, but he has commented on Martin not getting, quote, into Instagram, as he says.
It's a thing. I have not attempted to. Now, his joke would be funnier if I tried and was unsuccessful. I haven't tried to get on Instagram.
Did they have computers?
Technology and stuff.
Did they have computers at all when you were in school? Right
think
before
so.
that. You're
Is that
probably
right,
before
really?
that.
Is that right?
I remember learning typing from D.C.
Yeah.
Wilcutt, the great
DC
basketball,
Wilcutt, legendary basketball coach.
and just a true gentleman. I had a beat, Doug, in the paper, and I had the basketball beat, and I'd have to call Mr. Wilcutt for quotes. And he could not have been a nicer man. But he taught me typing, and I thought of all the things I've learned. If you do get into broadcasting, you do type quite a
Oh,
bit.
yeah. I'm right there with you. It was one of the best classes I ever took.
The lead should be our 14U championship last weekend. That's from ball coach Steve on TikTok, who is not happy that you chose the Cardinals beating the Padres last night as the Lifetime Roofing lead. He wanted you to go with his 14U team winning the championship.
The championship in what?
Congratulations.
We
There
have
you
a
go.
sport?
Aaron Andrews.
I
Okay.
assume baseball.
How about Jackson?
It's pretty early in the season to be winning championships.
Well, that just shows how well the club's playing.
I guess. Everyone else just shut it down. That's it. You won the first 3 games. We quit.
Once again, little, if no talk about the Springfield Thunderbirds last night winning in overtime to move on in the Calder Cup tournament. Get better! You only had the game on last night yet again. That's from FedEx Brian. And speaking of games here on 101 ESPN tonight, we will have the 76ers and Knicks on tonight. No Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird in that one. But unfortunately, Doug, because the station was out for a bit, Jackson was unable to hear it.
Yeah.
And therefore, we don't have as much coverage of it as we would have liked.
And people expect us to listen to everything that's on our station. Used to get those calls at Channel 4 all the time. Phone would ring in the sports department, and the lady would say, "Did you just hear what that guy said on your show?" I said, "What show? The CBS show?" "Yes, I can't believe he said that." "So what do you want me to do about it, Miss Butler?"
You tell that Kenny Venturi.
Right. I said, what happened in that NFL game that you guys showed? I don't know. I'm busy doing other things.
Tell him good luck.
Steve Ott for president. It's from Bob Wagon.
He's coaching that squad.
They sent him down there to get that experience.
Comment. You keep your personal comments to yourself or to your homeboy.
That was Miss Butler, just reading me the riot act.
Doug, do you have homeboys?
I think he does.
Keep it to your homeboys. Would that be like you and Bob West and Savard sitting around?
Probably.
Jerry the Barber.
Just sitting
Your
around smoking
homeboys.
cigars, and slamming scotch.
Isn't that your job, though, Doug? That's some Dirty Dan the Garbage Man. Jackson thinks it's performative. I think it's real.
Either way, blue feet.
You are high on Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Yeah,
It's not
listener
the
of the month.
tiniest bit the job of the sports reporter to know everything that's going on in the CBS television network.
Well, we will have game one of the Thunderbirds against Wilkes-Barre, the Scranton-Wilkes-Barre combo. Those Penguins, Doug. Tuesday night, game one, we'll have it for you.
Okay.
We'll all gather around and listen.
You still get a lot of calls at Channel 2?
I never answer the phone
And the phones are poison. That's a good idea.
because it has caller ID.
And a lot of times it's some other station wanting about 45 minutes of your time. Can you get an interview with our guy who's from our town and he's there playing the blues tonight? And
When you get sniped, it'll say assignment desk. You're like, oh, they must be asking about tonight's shoot, photographer, and you pick it up, and they transferred over the Angry Hoosier. And you're like, oh,
yeah.
yeah, a couple of questions for you. Is this Milton? Yeah. Notice you didn't show the Springfield Thunderbirds video. What do you got against the Blues, fella? And I'm like, oh, yeah, we're working on it. It'll be in our next show. Hey, Dave, we should add Thunderbirds to the next show to keep the Hoosiers happy. Okay, sounds good.
Oh, man.
That's how you handle it.
Not in
not gonna be
general.
happy now.
I'm saying that guy calling, not you people listening that want it. I, for one, am ecstatic what's going on with the squad.
Yeah, and it's Tuesday, Doug, against Wilkes-Barre.
Okay. All right,
So we'll
I'll try to
preview
listen
it
to-
on Monday and Tuesday. Jackson's already lining some guests up.
And
That's gonna be
Scranton
fun.
is that the office was from Scranton?
That's correct. Michael Scott, Jan.
Well, we got a lot of St. Louis ties. Maybe we should get Jenna Fisher on to
That'd be fun.
say, how about Springfield taking on your Scranton squad? Kind of a on-air bet.
Yeah, she'd think that would be hysterical, I'm sure.
The mayor's bet. We'll bet a slab of St. Louis ribs. Oh, yeah? Well, we'll bet you some Kansas City barbecue. There, it's on the line.
That was a big thing when the Blues were playing Boston in the Cup, because a lot of the people from the office were from Boston, a lot from St. Louis. Had a nice little mix.
That John Krasinski is Boston.
The guy who played Roy, I think, is from Boston. I think Steve Carell is from Boston, actually.
Did the mayor's bets go away, though, finally? They would always do that when
It
it
was
was the
so
World Series.
corny.
So stupid. And a case of Budweiser.
It's not just the Air Comfort Service in text inbox where they're not happy, Doug. Also, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 214 friends are in there watching us. And Gene Thomas, I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
Gino, yeah. Gino Tom Tom, we called him.
Who cares about this boring producer? Talk Battle Hawks!
Oh.
Who cares?
Oh.
The guy that owns the league, Mike Repole, he replaced The Rock quietly. The Rock just went away.
Sits next to Francesa at Saratoga.
Yes.
That's right. He was tweeting out last night. He's disappointed that tickets are not selling for tonight's game. And
Is he doing a little...
Yeah, he was kind of pounding the crowd a little bit, saying, show up. And I'm like, he said, we've only sold 18,000. I'm like, that's not bad. On a Friday night for you, I honestly think that's not bad, but he is not happy. Let me see what he said here.
Well, I mean, this market is the bell cow, for the operation.
If St. Louis goes, they all go.
In all seriousness, that's kind of what they're depending. Well, you guys used to get 30. Let's go here. And I'm like, yeah, but the team in Arlington gets 5. What do you...
Kind of a load-bearing city.
I like that. Load-bearing city.
It's not fair.
Are we a load-bearing city? Call in to talk about it at 314-974-0101. That's the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Then you got this Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. You open up your YouTube app. You get to watch the program and talk it over with other TMA listeners. Chairman Kurt is participating in the conversation, along with proctologist Rubber Gloves and St. Lunatic and the TMA remote lamp. They're all in there. You can be in there too. It's the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program brought to you by Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. 314-222-2222. Founded in St. Louis 1979. Presenting sponsor of this program since 2023. That's Terry Crouppen. That's Andy Crouppen. That's Ed Herman. They are local. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you have an accident, they come to you. They take your calls for free. They know that times can be tough right after an accident. They will come to you. And, of course, they are local. And if you get in an accident, don't you want somebody who knows the local legal environment? That's Brown and Crouppen at 314-222-2222 or go online at getbc.com. It is 7:35 in St. Louis. The time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Mm-hmm.
Said he never get near it. Watching Big Mac back and forth with Sammy Sosa. Things we didn't speak about, familiar Cosa Nostra. Homer after Homer after Homer after Homer. It's like summer 98, he'll have 80 by October.
Man, this is the jam.
Where will you be when Jordan Walker hits number 80? Got me feeling like it's summer 98.
Doug, I thought he might have had a home run last night. The ball kind of disappeared down the left field line. Is it enough?
Yeah. Close.
Ground rule double.
And he had another double to left center where he was just flying right out of the box. Really good base running.
Jordan Walker now hitting, batting average-wise, 309. 2 more hits last night for the Cardinal right fielder in the 2-1 win. Now, what we would love to be able to do for those of you in the TMA listening audience here on 101 ESPN is play post-game reaction. But it says in the Polos Plus dossier, nothing like hitting the road with no post-game audio. So Jackson's kind of opining on the situation, which, again, I just feel like is a miss. I don't get it. I don't get that.
ESPN broadcasts, you don't even have a chance with Cardinals TV putting something on.
But ESPN doesn't have people?
They probably don't care about
Martin's got a tight read. He called out the hand.
But if I'm the Cardinals and I think they travel with a video crew every night, put something out. Put something. I actually think whether it's on X or Instagram, they should put out a highlight package every night with like 8 of the big plays. So if you live in,
I think they do on YouTube.
Do they do?
Jackson, are those highlight packages like certainly the Blues have? Each NHL team does.
Like a recap?
My general observation, but going back to your point, is the NHL is more dialed in on the utilization of social media than Major League Baseball is.
Yeah.
So, in a game on the West Coast, not only would you be able to watch the highlight packages, so the Blues would send one out, let's say they played Winnipeg, and then Winnipeg has one. The Blues one would have Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale's calls, and then the Winnipeg.
So like the top 7 plays or whatever.
Correct,
bang,
and it
bang,
tells
bang,
the
bang,
story
bang.
of the game.
Yeah.
And then in addition, we know we can wake up, and then also, I think the curbside podcast thing is a great asset. I think that was a smart move by Kerber to do that. I like listening to that, and then Vitale and Kerber break down the game in addition to the postgame sound. But then separately, you can go on to the Blues YouTube channel and watch the postgame. And but again, this is not a Cardinal thing. This is an MLB thing, and I don't know if it's a regulatory thing. It's post-game sound. I wouldn't imagine that's IP or proprietary.
So MLB posts condensed games of every game. If you go to MLB,
so it's MLB.
MLB Film Room has condensed games, so it's like 8 minutes of.
So I was watching last night's, and it was in part Cardinal calls.
Yeah, that's
and
what
in part. Padres broadcast
like radio calls matched to the video.
Because I can't recall whether there was a call where, it was the Bogarts pickoff. They're like, that was the Padres guys. He's safe. I don't even know why they're reviewing it. No, wow.
Yeah, right. And then for Scott's, they're probably like, well, he's for sure out. So they do that with like a mix of the broadcast. But it's not, like, if you didn't know about MLBFilmRoom.com, it's not like it's right in front of your face, like when the Blues tweeted out or another team would tweet out the game.
And that's what I'm saying. I know there's 2 different things. We're talking about post-game interviews, the manager, the players, making that more accessible, not just to media, maybe even to fans. But what I'm saying is I'm looking at the Cardinals' Twitter page, X, whatever, and it says that's a winner. It's just a picture of Burleson. That's the last thing. I feel like when you wake up, if you're a fan in Anchorage or Australia or wherever, there should be a little highlight package on your Instagram, your TikTok.
Agreed.
And it's got the top 7 plays. And if you didn't see the game and you're a fan and you're vacationing, you're in Mexico, oh wow, Walker homered again. Just, to me, that would be easy.
So that is on YouTube.
But that's the condensed game you're saying.
It's a 10-minute highlight package.
I guess I was saying like a minute even, just like 5-6 plays. But is the YouTube one from the same thing you're talking about with the MLB?
Yes.
But they put
That's
it on
likely
YouTube.
the same thing.
Why don't you take the
that's
highlights you use on Channel 2 and send it to...
I probably would get sued if I did something with...
The sick man, Doug, has sent this in 3 times. He says, hey, dumbasses! You can find a 10-minute recap on YouTube of every Cardinal and Blues game. Think about it next time.
Leave us alone.
That's exactly... Sick
what
man
we've
and
been
the
saying.
Tim man are saying the same
I
thing.
think that's what I've been saying.
Yeah.
It's okay. My observation is the following, which I stand by, is you utilize YouTube. Now, I understand we have different age demographics, but if we can all agree on this principle, and maybe we can't agree on it, I don't know, Doug, but if we can all agree on the principle that you want to get the content to as many people as possible and recognize that for an older demographic, perhaps they're listening to X, Y, or Z, and for a younger demographic, they're accessing their content through X, Y, or Z, and you make sure that it is available on all of those. That is in the best interest of the game. That's in the best interest of any business that distributes content, and I don't understand why that is not done by baseball. I'm legitimately curious. I keep talking about texting and Nook about that. I need to just do it and see. And not that, again, I want to emphasize this also. This is not a Cardinal thing. This is an MLB thing. The NHL, on the other hand, just of the 4 major sports that we have in the market, they're a contrast to it. You're going to get post-game sound, and the Blues can be in whatever. I use Winnipeg as an example because that would be the outpost, and you're going to get Montgomery, you know that, and then you're going to get 1 or 2 players. And this is not done through the lens of, this show doesn't need that stuff. But if you're a fan and you want to hear about a controversial play, a call, or an injury, you want to have that. And it's so easy to do now.
Yeah,
I'm just surprised by it.
It just takes a cell phone and a microphone to clip into the bottom of the cell phone, and some employee of the team could go around and do a couple quick interviews of the key players of the game.
Well, that's what the Blues do. If nobody's traveling, which is part of this is the drop-off and media coverage of teams on the road, but the Blues, Chris Pinkard, who works for the team, writes for their website, will go in front of Joe Hofer, hey, talk about your game. And they'll say, yeah, I wish I wouldn't have given up that goal or whatever.
The Cardinals literally post the highlights on Instagram a few hours after the game ends.
Oh.
We're not, I respect Jeff on the Hill. I appreciate it. Not the conversation piece that I am focused on. I am well aware of it. It's how I watched the Cardinal game last evening. I am completely aware of it. I'm talking about post-game reaction. That's what I'm talking about. And I think there's an opportunity there. I think what Jeremy Rutherford has done with The Athletic speaks to kind of cornering the market on Blues coverage. Tip of the cap to him. I think what Gabe DeArmond has done with Missouri coverage, he's cornered the market. And Stu Durando with the Billiken coverage. I think there's a golden opportunity from a Cardinal standpoint. If I were 25 years younger and didn't have kids, I might just go, you know what, F it, I'm going to raise some capital or just put my own money in and just fly around and be the Gabe DeArmond of the Cardinals. I think that is a golden opportunity. If somebody wants to do that, as a matter of fact, maybe I'll bankroll it. There is a hell of an opportunity out there. I really think that there is especially for something as big as the Cardinals, which are not limited to a small fan base, it's a golden opportunity.
I guess the only problem, it would be expensive to fly to all these places and put people up in hotels and to feed them 3 days a week.
Right,
So you'd have
build
to
out
charge.
a business model that you profit on it.
Yeah, you'd have to charge a
Gabe's
considerable
going
amount.
on the road, and I realize you got a much larger volume of games. But in general, I wonder if it is an MLB policy. But I don't know why sound, and I don't know why that would be proprietary.
Right, because they post it usually at home. There's a lot of that stuff. But when they go on the road, the only thing you can get usually is from this MLBfilmroom.com, where they post like 1 minute of Ali Marmol's postgame, and they didn't do it last night. It just wasn't done.
Bring back Cal May for the postgame. How about that?
That would be
ULC, hire Calvin May, and he goes on the road. I'm going to tell you, that sounds pretty good. Yeah.
Cal TV, I would watch every night.
It's kind of ironic that for years the clubs kind of had the idea that, oh, Lord, look at all this media. Look at all, we got to talk after every game. They're going to ask me this and that. And now, fast forward to the current time, and they're going, where's the media? Gosh, we sure need the media to tell our story.
Caller Ellen sounds like she is going to do the job. Who's big for you? Tim, I'm ready. Bankroll me. It's Caller Ellen.
Okay.
Michael, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
Caller Ellen, you got to be able to do that.
Ollie, would you say that was a great start from Liberatore, even though he gave up a run in the first, but had the big pickoff, and then Walker did some really good things, and then Wynn's hit helped you win it with Riley coming out in the ninth?
Mm-hmm.
Who has a 4x4, something that can help pull a buddy's truck out? Doug, that's from Old People's Facebook
That's
status.
a different subject. I wonder if Calvin himself would be interested in such a job.
Well, he was a surprise guest, Doug.
He was.
Yeah.
Papers was concerned about the old second question thing, and I said, no, we can't.
Instead of just a guy who holds the mic, he gets somebody with a little flair out there.
Not interested. I'm not going to pay extra to watch the JC explain why he's batting $1.25 and Liberatore be a wet sandwich. Doug, what did I just read? Some 314, though.
He thinks
The Wes
he's going to
Anderson
have
line.
to pay for these sound bites.
No, this would be a private. I don't think we're at the IPO stage yet.
No.
But I'm presenting whatever it might be. I think Power Mizzou would be perhaps the ultimate example. But recall there's a gentleman in Pittsburgh. I can't recall what it is. I talked to him. This was probably about 7 or 8 years ago. And we were looking, me and another guy who was in his mid-30s, and God bless him, sold his software company and retired. And we were looking at doing something like The Athletic. And there's a guy in Pittsburgh, I think it's called DK on Sports.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
You know, are you aware of this?
I was thinking DK, yes.
Yeah, I think he used to be with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and they became the Pittsburgh sports outlet by hiring a bunch of former writers, as we've seen what's happened with newspapers. Again, not limited to St. Louis. And, Jeremy Rutherford did leave the Post-Dispatch, and he has killed it with The Athletic. So there's an opportunity there, and I do think that there's an opportunity in a major way. I mean, The Athletic hasn't hired a replacement for Katie Wu yet. What the hell's going on there?
Yeah.
That's
really,
a miss.
Really odd.
They had to have guessed that the Cardinals wouldn't be very good, so who cares? Which is still dumb and considering the brand. But if that's the Dodgers or the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies, there's no way that job would just sit there. I'm guessing they took into account that the team's, supposed to be terrible and that interest was down somewhat, but that's still shocking to me.
Probably a money reason behind it.
Why don't we make JR go down to the next homestand? Come on, buddy. You're with The Athletic. Get down there. Get some answers.
Well, none of us are going to do it, that's for sure.
I tried to get McGreevy to explain why he wasn't playing music after the game. I couldn't even get to Tim. He made a beeline to that golden tee.
Oh, no.
Oh, he was golden teeing it?
Well, that area.
I was about to say it.
I don't know if he was actually doing golden tee.
You guys took 2 pitches and you're at bats. I'm going to go play golden tee. Get involved on the program, 314-974-010. But what I'm saying is YouTube. I mean, I'm not saying, hey, you got to pay for your Cardinal sound on demand. God bless with that business model. I'm just saying you just make it accessible, and then you become the authority on the topic. I mean, you have Derek Gould, been doing it for, I think, probably close to a quarter century. He came in as the blues guy, if you remember. But I'm just saying that there's an opportunity. Doug, opportunity.
Yeah.
You can text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, you are welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Murphy VR is talking to Nipper School Monitor and Eggplant Emoji. And they're talking to the Saint Lunatic, all on the TMA STL YouTube channel. We are grateful for Design Air to sponsor the email of the day online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's team at Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on the Morning After, going back to 2016. Martin, Doug, and I are all clients, and you can sign up to be a client right now at designairservice.com. They will come by, and they will make sure your air conditioning is ready to go for the warm weather months. And when it starts to cool off in the fall, they come by to tune up your furnace and test it for the winter. designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, 4th generation owner. No upselling, just quality customer service. Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. 754 in St. Louis. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Roof Restore is online at notanewroof.com. And earlier, about 2 weeks ago, they came by my house to perform their service and extend the life of our roof. They're online at notanewroof.com, 314-279-ROOF. Roof Restore is a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. Roof Restore treats and maintains existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of a replacement. The best part, it's up to 90% less than the cost of a roof replacement and guaranteed to extend the life of your roof by up to 15 years. Check them out online at notanewroof.com. That's Michael Mahoney and his team at notanewroof.com or call 314-279-ROOF.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals win last night. Make that 8 out of 10 for the Redbirds. Back in action tonight, taking on the Padres with an 8:45 p.m. first pitch. Michael McGreevy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It is TMA 101 ESPN. We are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour, heading toward the Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and the twos. Chairman Kurt is filtering phone calls at 314-974-0101. You are welcome to call in to the program and talk it over here on the morning after. The Cardinals win last night 2-1 over the Padres. Derek Gould was on BK and Ferrario talking about why he believes this team is resonating with fans more so than, for example, as we were saying on a show 2 days ago, a team that did get to 9 games over 500 in 2025. Here is Derek Gould, who regularly appears here on 101 ESPN and, of course, writes for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch.
Yeah, I think there's an energy about it. I'm eager to see if more interest develops or if it's just more engagement from people who were interested. For the last few years, and we've discussed it, I've written about it, it's just this team had such a hard time capturing the imagination of the fan base, whether it was just a dull atmosphere at the ballpark, a dull results, disappointing, just there was a lot of dullness to it, and it wasn't a very the kids would say the Cardinals didn't have a whole lot of riz, man. They just didn't. They were not a very charismatic or captivating team. And, that wasn't for lack of effort. That wasn't for lack of star power. That just was maybe just a fatigue setting in for that era and for the results never matching what either the names on the back of the jersey or the names on the front of the jersey demanded.
Derek Gould. What do you guys think about that assessment, comparatively speaking?
Yeah, I think he's pretty much right on there. I think a lot of the turnaround has been Jordan Walker fueled and also J.J. Wetherholt. You've got 2 young, exciting stars now, and I think they probably should get the bulk of the credit for so much renewed interest in the team.
If you look at the pitching staff on paper, nobody that follows baseball, would be right.
Do you remember the Rosenthal sound we played earlier this week? He did not believe that the Cardinals would stick around because of exactly what you're talking about, the pitching.
Night in, night out. Okay, Palante's on the mound, Leahy's on the mound. If you're a fan in Baltimore or Miami, I guess they don't have fans, but if in a baseball town, you would just look at their roster and you'd say, "Wow, how are they winning?" And I think you have to give a little credit to Ollie and this coaching staff. They seem to get them. They are getting a lot out of guys named Soriano that Jojo Romero a few years ago nobody heard of. I have to give them credit that they've been able to piece it together. It's just not a lot of star power, established star power, that they've been able to piece together. But I think it's just a group you're kind of getting to know. The more you hear a Mason win, Walker's easy to root for. Burleson's kind of become a team spokesperson. Wetherholt's a phenom. I just think there's a collective likability here that maybe was missing for a few years.
Hottie Toddy is not happy with you, Doug. What about Burley, Doug? All that guy does is rake. He gets no credit. That's from Hottie Toddy. Yeah, Hottie Toddy, is it good God Almighty or good gosh Almighty?
It could be either. But Burleson has been around and been a factor for 2 or 3 years now. He was very much a part of the lineup on a team that was described as boring. And he is certainly one of their top players. There's no doubt about that. But I just think when Walker burst onto the scene in a big way on the national scene with the year that the month and a half that he's put together here, and Wetherholt looks like a star of the future, I think those are the 2 guys that have captured a lot of the imagination of the fans.
And I know clubhouse chemistry is such a, I don't know if it's a boring topic or if it's an impossible target to nail, but when you take away, and Wilson Contreras is a really good guy, also a very fiery guy, but he's a large presence there. You remove that. Nolan Arenado, large presence, wasn't particularly happy the last couple of years in St. Louis. I think he would admit that if he was calling in right now. Maybe call in, Nolan. Wasn't particularly happy. Sonny Gray is a veteran guy. Michaelis, veteran guy. Very different personalities. But those guys, when they're in the room, they're kind of in charge because that's baseball. You defer to the older players, the guys who've been in the league. You removed all of that. And now it's kind of free and easy. It's really, and you can tell when you're in that room. And I think some of that does translate to winning baseball. So you don't have that hanging over you every day.
I agree with you. I think there's two reasons that can play a role in why the team has had, again, super early, but you are approaching the point in the season where you're a quarter of the way through, and they're doing what they're doing, and as of late, against some teams that you expect to be competing for the postseason in the Dodgers and the Padres, and who knows, the Brewers somehow are seemingly omnipresent. So number one, it brings a comfort level for younger players that they can be themselves, and there isn't somebody going, hey, that's not how you act, that isn't the way to do things, and it leads to a more loose atmosphere. In addition to that, if you like being around, then that leads to you being around longer. I can't recall who it was. I mean, I guess logic would dictate it's McGreevy, but I don't know if it was McGreevy telling a story of how they were all just hanging out after a game. And then the other element of it, and this was one of the reasons why I thought you could see something that would be a pleasant surprise this year, is, and this is human nature. This isn't chastising anybody, whether it be recent players from the Cardinals or players in general over the last however many years since baseball players at a high level began making generational dollars. If you do not have that money yet, you are fighting to get that money, just like you are if you're, starting out in your career and not making a whole lot of money. And so that's what you have almost in its entirety across the roster. And you might go, well, the major league minimum is $850,000. Absolutely. That's an incredible amount of money for a monster percentage of Americans, period. But what is lost in those conversations is you might make it for a year or two, and then you don't necessarily have marketable job skills to fall back on, and now you're 27 years old, and you're going, okay, I have that, and that's nice that I had that, but it's not like all of that money then goes to whatever account you're putting it in. You have agents, you have taxes, you have expenses, so it's not like you're just, okay, $850 is going in the bank, and I'm going to live on $100 or whatever it is, and now I leave the game, and so that's not the way that it works. So there is a hunger here with a young group of players who, in their own words, we knew we were talented because we played in the minor leagues together. And I think if you want to go to work and you want to be around, that then leads to you're going to be working more on your craft. And then in addition, you are trying to get to a point where you have an opportunity to land one of those big contracts. And when I got together with Chaim Bloom, just BSing a few days before the end of spring training, that was one of the things that he talked about, is there are some guys here who have an opportunity to really change their lives and potentially the lives of their children and grandchildren if they can take advantage of the moment. And to their credit, a few of these guys certainly are doing so. And then we're seeing a couple of guys who we had high hopes for, one 4 years ago in Walker, and another one being the first-round pick, J.J. Wetherholt, absolutely capitalizing on it. And what I think that does for a fan base is it reignites their interest and their love for something that had been dormant or, even worse, didn't care about over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
I think that opportunity and just the ability in that room, and this is not just my dime store theory. This is talking to people with the Cardinals, around the Cardinals, that kind of know how that thing works. It's that opportunity, the young player. Like, let's just say Burleson, who has been here a couple of years, but not a veteran guy, so he can't really speak up in the room. I know it sounds silly because you're talking about winning baseball games, but I think that clubhouse just kind of cleaned it out, that veteran group. I think it's changed everything. I know Mozeliak tried to do it the year before. Would be interesting what would have happened then. Would they have fully embraced this, quote-unquote rebuild? I'm not sure, but I think Arenado number 1, and then even Sonny Gray, there's nothing wrong with these guys. We like Michaelis. He was fun, but there's just kind of like the hierarchy of you're the veteran, and you kind of can tell, even though they're calling McGreevy rookie bitch, I realize there's still, there is still some of that going on. There's just a
By the way,
lighthearted.
who would be calling him that?
Well, he's got to be one of the
He's
top.
got tenure. Doug, watch this. He's got yority. You like that? You like that term? That's a fret term, and I'm a wannabe fret boy.
He's the player rep. They're calling him rookie. But he's got to be ahead of at least 10 guys in terms of seniority, but he just kind of looks the part like your little brother. I don't. They may go into the tank. They may still lose 90 games. I don't know. But I do think that that's made a huge difference in that room, just cleaning out kind of that veteran group.
Yeah, it looks like it has for sure. But on the surface level, the fundamental level, it's still an individual game. It's a hitter against a pitcher. And I'm not sure if what happens behind the scenes matters all that much when you're up there facing a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Maybe it does over the course of a long season when you're talking about 6 months together.
So I agree
playing
with
all these games.
But if you would agree that if you spend more time working, that improves your chances of success, then what I am presenting in my observation of what's going on is these guys like going to work, and therefore they're spending more time on it as opposed to, oh, this is going to be a buzzkill, or this guy's in a pissy mood. And that is where you can find success. You know, one of the things, and I think we have the audio of it, we just never played it yesterday. That's the Maroon thing, I think, Jackson. And was that on Nash's podcast? It's Nash is everywhere, Tyson Nash. I remember having him in for my podcast, and I didn't really know him at the time. And he said, and I realize, you know, if you're a teetotaler or whatever, you're not going to enjoy it. But he goes, it's amazing how hanging out and drinking can bring a group of guys together. And he talked about the 2019 team, the famous Gloria thing that took place in, I think it was in Jersey, but it was a Flyers road trip where they're playing the Flyers in January. The Bennington call-up and all that tied into it was they weren't really hanging out. Maroon was a healthy scratch a bunch. He wasn't happy. And then all of a sudden they started hanging out, and they just found that they became super close. And then that leads to them developing that off-ice chemistry that led into them wanting to be at the rink and work hard because they were enjoying being around. That was not an I'm going, well, it was Jordan Binnington. He came out of nowhere. It's kind of that simple. But if you do like going in, then you want to do more just because you enjoy being around. Of course, in the end, it's pitcher versus hitter, hitter versus pitcher. Can a guy make a play? And yeah, if you like hanging out with guys, if you isolate it, of course, that doesn't seem like that would lead to results. But if by working, if making further observations because you're around on a pitcher's proclivities, then that can increase the probability of success as opposed to like, man, I don't want to get there until the last minute because I know this guy's going to be saying this, or this guy's acting like this, or this guy doesn't get along with this guy. That's how it can play out. And then I think overall arcing is, I have an opportunity here that if I were playing for the Dodgers, I would never have. And it's an opportunity to potentially get a, 3-year deal for, take your pick of whatever 7-figure amount. That can change my life, my family's life, and who knows, maybe my grandkids' life. I've got to do every damn thing I can, as opposed to take your pick of whomever over the last recent years who had made, tens of or hundreds of millions of dollars and then kind of checks out and goes, okay, the team's not very good anyway. Screw it. So I think those two things can combine for a perfect storm of a surprise for a young team.
I think the best example in the last few years of what are we doing here was Brandon Crawford. He's just sitting on the bench. He's a veteran, and he was not a bad guy. I'm not saying that. But just opportunity-wise, he's sitting on the bench. He's hitting like 120. And I think some of that was Arenado was pushing hard. He thought they needed more and more veteran guys. That was something he was vocal about. And I felt like they did Crawford to kind of appease him. And then that spot, even if you say, yeah, I want my young guys playing all the time down in Memphis, you could still learn a lot by being in the big league club, not playing every day. That was an example to me where we're just kind of filling spots for no real reason. It had no future. There's no upside to that at all. And then the guy doesn't hit, and then you don't want to cut him because he's an established veteran who's won a bunch. Then you put yourself in an awkward spot. I think they just did a lot of that, and it did nothing to move the ball forward.
Dirty Dan, the garbage man. Jackson thinks it's performative. I think it's real, and I might now start to lean toward Jackson's opinion. He says that's why you guys need before the morning after off air to get your minds right and build team chemistry. That's from Dirty Dan, the garbage man. Doug, how great would that be if we had before the morning after, we build some chemistry, then we come in here and we do 4 hours of the morning after, then we do after the morning after. And eventually, just to have cameras following us around like we're the Real Housewives.
No, thanks. You want to start like at 3 a.m.?
Rest in peace, Dan.
You want to go 4 hours of before the morning after?
That's what Dirty Dan the garbage man thinks.
Morning after.
Jackson, I think you were right. Bad read on my part. Tip of the cap.
It's all the drinking.
Where in the hell did that come from? All of the sudden, Ice Cube's 1991 hit No Vaseline was played as a drop.
Everyone was stepping all over it. One more time.
No Vaseline. Yeah, he was rough. Oh.
Award-winning drop.
I feel that was taken out of context.
I don't know.
Doesn't sound like it. You sound exactly like Ice Cube, and that's O'Shea Jackson.
Yeah. Sorry, Martin.
No, you're fine. I would like more drops. I'm not complaining. If you just, every once in a while, if you just give me a drop fest, it just.
Oh, you want to do a symphony?
Yep, there you go. There's one. That
Gabe's post-game show.
No. Okay, well, it's Gabe's. I thought it was the guy in New York.
I think it was following the South Carolina game at night. The gentleman had a libation or two.
That's the best.
And that was where he was.
I, for whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
Yep, that fan page. Hot.
And where was that audio?
It's a mouthful, and it's delicious.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Taylor Twellman, you hide.
Friend of the show.
I enjoy a little bit of wetness, too.
Jeff Ablin.
Friend of the show. He's a delight. Let's see here. Let's play along. Mm-hmm.
Does this count as a drop?
Why are you being such a crab ass today to all the callers?
Yeah.
Do you take pot?
It's the reaction that answers the question.
Then they go to Vancouver.
Yep.
San Jose. San Jose. San Jose.
Now, which do you think is the pivotal game there? I'm thinking Nashville.
Yeah, I think the pivotal game going to be Nashville.
Predators.
And then they're home for 3 games.
Anybody ever meet Douglas?
I did, yeah.
Did you?
You met him?
Years ago.
I didn't know
what was the
you met him.
circumstance? Parking lot? What?
I don't remember really what the circumstance was.
More Tim. Doug, that's from Brian Henshin. He's covering the Pacers. Sad Panda says, Tim, can there be a camera that watches you sleep? Thanks. Have a fantastic day and weekend. You really are the best, Doug. That's from Sad Panda. And Doug, they really want before the morning after that starts at 3 a.m.
Do it your own damn self. How about that?
The skeleton.
Sometimes those guys who do the video game streams, they'll do like a 24-hour stream and they'll fall asleep for 6 hours and keep the camera on them. And there'll still be like...
And there'll be people watching them sleep?
Yeah, it'll be like 1,000 people. It'll be like 1,000 people on there watching. And I just in my mind, I think this is the death valley of humanity.
Yeah. And they never leave the video games, always sitting there on the chair or the couch they're playing on.
Yeah.
Controller still in their hand.
So they do like a 24-hour stream. They'll be playing video games most of the night. And then they'll like go to sleep but keep the cameras on. And people will just watch them sleep. Because they might be getting up soon.
Doug, the sick man was yelling at us saying, hey, dumbasses, you can find a 10-minute recap of YouTube of every Cardinal and Blues games. Think about it next time. That was sent at 7:44 multiple times. Now here at 8:17, why, look at this man. This is a man who has found religion, and he thinks it's delicious. He says the following, guys, I've been thinking about it, and I feel really bad for yelling at you earlier. I want to make it up to you, especially you, Doug. You know the way you like me to make it up to you. Meet me at the Comfort Inn in Festus in 20 minutes. That's from the sick man.
I can't get there in 20 minutes.
What if he agreed to 45 minutes?
Okay, maybe.
Is that the Comfort Inn where they took the mattresses out and put them all in the parking lot because they had to air them all out? Remember? Yes. There
Bed bugs?
JR, yes. I think there was some issue.
Oh, yeah.
JR said all the mattresses were out in the parking lot.
Sharon and Clayton regarding Jackson's video game Twitch observation. Hello. Maybe the watchers or whatever fell asleep too. That's Sharon and Clayton, Jackson.
Probably did.
Okay.
Doesn't change your opinion on it, though, does it?
But you don't know that.
Well, who would just sit there and watch a guy sleep?
I don't know. I didn't need the maybe like
you felt like that had a tone to it?
That's like it's just like get out of here. All right.
Get out of here.
Nice.
Eric in the Central West End said TMA has the Cooperstown of drops.
How about that,
Good
Papers?
job, Papers.
Yeah.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah. The drops, we have like probably 1,200 drops.
And you're the master at hitting those. You're over there like Paul Schaefer on the keyboard.
Yeah, very similar.
Paul Schaefer. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. We also have the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week coming up on the program. And you can get involved in so many different ways here on a beautiful Friday morning in St. Louis. Fresh off a Cardinal win, and more importantly, a Springfield Thunderbirds win. You can call in, you can text in, you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and, of course, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is Doug's favorite.
Oh, yeah, this is it. This is a banger.
Cut that off. Hard not to get fired up when you hear it.
Yeah. This is the kind of song that makes you just happy to be alive.
The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. And you can stream it on the TMA STL app. Download the TMA STL app and podcast in the podcast here on 101 ESPN. Presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Coming up in about 20 minutes on our Polos Plus dossier, we will have the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week at 9:45, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Polos Plus online at polosplus.com. Andrew Hubbard of Polos Plus not happy with Jackson's dossier. Jackson didn't seemingly care. He says, that's the dossier I pay for. Papers, gets his haircut, and he mails it in. Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com. Martin is wearing Polos Plus. Chairman Kurt is wearing Polos Plus. What Chairman Kurt's wearing, that's my favorite look from the Polos Plus Spring 2026 catalog. It's a white crew neck with that classic TMA red, white, and blue logo because this show is America, Jack. This show is America. Mm-hmm. And it matches so well with that Navy cap, which would have looked wonderful in San Diego last night, but instead the Cardinals looked like the Greg Jeffries era group out there with the red hat and a tribute to the Reds, the Angels, the Phillies, and the Aughts Rangers.
Chairman looks like he's dressed for Memorial Day. Kind of a white, blue, red. Just a really sharp combo. Either that or you look like the captain, Captain Tennille. One of the two.
Tony Tennille.
And then the captain, did he ever talk?
No.
Not much.
Penn and Teller arrangement, some kind.
I think he's still alive, Captain Tennille.
I don't think so.
He's gone?
Captain Tennille.
I think so.
Would you want to talk to him, Doug, if I can get him?
Sure.
Captain Tennille.
Can I please get the name DTF Doug, please? That's from the 314. You know, you only have, 2.5 hours here on 101 ESPN before Jackson shuts down updating the text inbox names. Jackson, unless you want to extend it.
No.
Okay, there you go, Doug. So that is, it's 2.5 hours. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines, and then, of course, talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 295 friends. Murphy is in there giving an update on the captain, Doug. It's not confirmed. It's not confirmed, though, so I got to be respective of the process if we can get that confirmation from Murphy on the captain and Tennille. So that'll be fun.
Daryl Dragon.
His name's Daryl Dragon?
Daryl Dragon was the husband of Tony Tennille. I didn't know that they were husband and wife.
Yeah.
Husband and wife duo. He died in 2019. So thoughts and prayers to Daryl Dragon, his family, and all others. We'll reach out to see if a family member would like to join us.
Jackson, how do you play drops so quickly? The topic changes all the time and fast, but you always have what you want ready. I want to know how. That's in the Prince of Glendale, in awe of your skill.
Well, I would say some have been better at me at that. Reading the text line is a good way to do that, to kind of get ahead of it, see what's coming down the pike, and then if Tim reads that, then I might have something ready for it. But I also have a good amount of stuff just always open.
There you go, Doug.
You kind of feel the moment, though. That's what I like.
Try to.
How about this? Warring Sharon's? This is Sharon from Oakville here. I love the TMA show. And tell that other texter to chill out on Jackson. I can't believe this. It's from the 314. There's Sharon in Oakville now, and there's Sharon from Clayton.
Yeah.
Could be quite a little development.
I recently started listening to the Morning After show. God knows why.
Yeah, she couldn't explain it.
Big endorsement.
Well, it's the only thing on this station right now.
That is a nice endorsement.
That one time we had 2 shows playing at once.
At the Dotem.
That's
last
happened
year.
before.
And we are a week away from the Dotem, presented to you by Cutwater. The showdown between Jackson's family and my family, it's Family Feud, will take place a week from today, and we will be broadcasting live from the Dotem, and we'll see how many shows play at the same time. What do you think? Over-under is 2.5?
A couple 3.
I think Andy Banker was driving down last year. He was going to talk about the Brian McKernan celebration. He got out and he walked away and said, "Are there 2 shows playing right now?" What's that? Oh, yeah, we often do that. We just like to give the audience choices.
Right. You got 2 ears.
Doubleheader. It's a radio doubleheader. Try to squeeze in a rain out.
I do get people on occasion asking me, why is it the Dotem? What is the Dotem? And I do think we have some newer audience members who are wondering, what is the Dotem, Tim?
That's a great question. Number one, I recommend podcasting Swope's Picks, Doug. That's Buck Swope's podcast, in which he did, I think, is it 2 parts? The history of Deke Dotem?
I don't know how many.
Kind of like Godfather 1 and 2?
I don't think it's quite that
the
important.
Ken Burns of TMA.
And that gives the background of the name Dotem, Deke Dotem, which I believe was Mike Lee calling into the program. He may have been talking about Brett Hull and saying he knows him. It sounded like Deke Dotem to us.
I know.
Right there. Yeah. We still don't know. We're doing audio forensics. Take a listen, Doug.
Deke Dotem.
I can be talked into him saying Deke Dotem.
See?
That's kind of how POWs got out. They would say things like that. There was kind of
codes. Blinking their eyes in a pattern.
And then a gentleman who, from my standpoint, is a wonderful man, a creative, an intellectual. Dougie's a married father of, I believe now 3. Took the name in our text inbox, probably 15 years ago at this point, and would text in and email in as Deke Dotem.
Extremely vile.
And he was interested in meeting up with you often, and he would oftentimes be shouted out on Cardinal broadcasts by...
I want me to pass along a note from the Dotem family.
Come on now.
Who was that?
It's Dan.
Danny Mac.
That was?
In a Cardinal game.
I want me to pass along a note from the Dotem family. They met Mr. and Mrs. Dotem and their son, Deke. And they want to say hi to family and friends back home in St. Louis. And that's from the Dotems.
I don't know if it was.
Wasn't it Denise was the mom?
Denise, Dennis, and their son.
Best wishes to Mr. Dotem.
I didn't recognize. I see Dan like twice a week. I didn't recognize his voice at the beginning there.
He tended to run into the Dotems in Coors Field more often than not.
Yeah, kind of some of the sleepier ball games of the year.
And then one of your events at The Rock, I was there, and guy who plays character Dotem came up to me, and he was an intern back in the day.
Yeah.
And he's like, I was with you and Frank. I go, oh, wow. Is Frank the one who taught you all that naughty stuff?
So the golf tournament was an idea created by the late, great Jennings Randolph Jr. Just another great call of observing the markets by me when he called me with this idea. Doug, was that 2016?
I don't know the
2016.
Years. I don't know.
And we were down at spring training. I said, I love the idea, Jennings, but it'll never work. And then sure enough, we do it, and it sold out so quickly that we added another session to it back in 2016 when we were doing it at Normandy. And Jennings worked at Normandy as well. And people loved the golf tournament. Then we began to develop the relationship on the show with Lisa Ann. That was at 2018?
You're asking me the years.
Well, you share a birthday with the Sea Monster and Lisa Ann. And the Sea Monster, who was a producer at 101 ESPN, then he went to San Francisco, came back and worked with us and did a hell of a job. John Seymour is his name. He said, hey, Lisa Ann, the adult star, is doing fantasy football podcasts now. Would you want to have her on the show? I said, sure. This is going to be really odd. You might know her from the Sarah Palin films. And she knew more about fantasy football than any of us combined. She starts to like the show, becomes a friend of the show, and then she flies in to go to the Dotem golf tournament, I think like 4 years. And then when Jay Randolph Jr. Passed away in 2022, she was flying in on her own dime because Jay had not passed away yet, and she wanted to come and see him from New York City. And then Jay passed away. We did the TMA year-end awards at Harpo's in Chesterfield, and Lisa Ann came in for that to pay tribute to Jay Randolph Jr., so she became a friend of the show. Unfortunately, she got sideways with Iggy.
Oh, berated the hell out of Iggy.
Yeah.
Nobody gets sideways with Iggy.
Yeah. And that ended her relationship with coming on the show, although I still text with her here and there. Jackson shared a bed with her in Jamaica. So when we get close to guests on this show, we tend to share beds with them. Gabe and I, for example, share beds all the time.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, Doug and Joey Vitale often bunk up.
no, we don't.
And so the golf tournament has been going on for, I guess, a decade now. And it was Jay Randolph Jr.'s idea that I said wouldn't work.
This is the 10-year anniversary, right?
Nope. But I don't think we did one in the COVID year.
Right, like not
and
every
then the
year.
one in 2021 where we kind of distanced ourselves from it when people were auctioned off, such as Jackson.
Yeah.
We kind of distanced ourselves from that one. So
Yeah.
But Dotem
there's the
was
history.
so vile, so
And
disgustingly
is he banned for
vile.
life?
Yeah, he was suspended indefinitely.
But then Doug said if people could bring him the heads of, was it 12 serpents?
A dozen serpents.
A dozen serpents, he would free Dotem. And I think some of the listeners did bring
They
you
were
some.
plastic snake heads.
Still count.
No, it didn't. And so there began to be a free Dotem movement.
And they would yell it at the British Open?
At Belle Reve, it could be heard throughout the fairways. Oh, what a delight.
People held up signs saying free Dotem all over the country. They'd send them to us.
Free Dotem.
One guy was in Machu Picchu. Where's that? Is that
Peru.
Chile or Peru? Yeah. He was there with a free Dotem sign.
He's packing his toiletries. Got everything, honey. Are we ready? Oh, God, where's my free Dotem sign?
Right.
It's also
Against the wind.
Stop.
Tiger in his first event this year.
It's also written on Pesky's pole.
Yep.
Oh, you did that.
I
right?
did that.
Yep. Down the right field line at Fenway.
Well, he remains suspended indefinitely.
Well, hopefully he'll show up next Friday. It'd be great.
Oh, gosh.
Stop by.
Iggy ruined the whole thing. It's from Ray King.
Oh, he certainly got berated.
Did, dude.
I don't know. I was just trying to get a couple favors.
Why, Doug, is he banned for life? It's from the 618.
Because he was so vile.
But all he was interested in spending time with you.
But said it in such a way that would turn your stomach. It was so horrible.
I slapped a free Dotem sticker on a sign on a hike in central Spain. We're worldwide, baby. That's from Ray King. How about that?
Didn't Ryan Kelly put up a billboard that said free
He did,
Dotem?
right on I-44 at Arsenal.
Yeah.
ROI, baby.
You better believe it. ROI, baby.
But also taste the waste. Think about it. Back to you, Van.
See, that was him. That was the Deke Dotem production.
Tim, I wrote free Dotem on the Great Wall of China about 10 years ago. That's from Stephen Time, the brother's time.
Nice. You think we can get on all of the 7 wonders of the world?
I don't think so.
So some pyramids?
Yeah, pyramids of Giza.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
Those are the old ones. We did those.
What about the Screaming Eagle?
Yeah, that's.
We have a better chance
That's
at
a
that.
wonder. 7 wonders of the world. Anyone want to take a guess on the other ones?
Oh. The Astrodome was the 8th.
I know Chichen Itza is one of them.
Yep. Had the boy chairman.
Andre the Giant?
He was the 8th wonder of the world.
No, the Astrodome was the 8th wonder of the world.
Whatever. Come on.
I might be better at NHL head coaches.
It's the Hanging Gardens of Babylon are not
Those are
one
the
of them?
ancient. Those are the old 7 wonders of the world. There's ones
You
that
didn't say
updated it?
actually exist. The new 7 wonders of the world. Come on. Just give me one
White
more.
Castle on Vanderbilt.
Boy, that is nice. That is nice.
Yeah, there's
Does
like
the-
8 traffic lights
Does
to
the
get there.
Sphinx count as one?
No.
Well, it should be.
Okay. Take it up with the committee.
Can you do Doug's list of what should be?
Yeah.
How can the Sphinx
Yeah,
not be
Doug
one?
would have like the 44 and yeah. What's
Heiny Mighty.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Maybe just read them.
Taj Mahal.
Okay.
Christ the Redeemer in Brazil. Machu Picchu.
Is that the giant crucifix up on the
Correct.
mountain? Wow.
Yeah.
Colosseum. The Petra? I don't know what that is in the Great Wall of China.
Kwame Voyukas IV loves the Billikens and says the Memphis Bass Pro.
That's the old pyramid where they used to
Remember
play.
that? Memphis State played there, Doug. It wasn't Memphis. It was Memphis State.
Yes, I remember that.
Petra's the thing in Indiana Jones and the Great Crusade, or the Last Crusade.
Episode 1, Swope's Picks on Deke Dotem is mandatory listening material for new TMA listeners. So there you go. That would be...
Brandon got homework now?
Jugs in D.C. Also says there is a free Dotem resolution pending in Congress, and he is on the floor of Congress. So this is exciting, kind of what's going on here with this show now having a free Dotem resolution on the floors of Congress.
There was a local restaurant that offered me free pizza for life if I would free them. And I held out at the time, saying, no, I can get a better deal than that. I wish I'd taken it.
Yeah, seriously. That would be a tough one, though, like 15 years later.
Just to keep going back, and they say, who the hell are you?
Every Friday, new management.
Can you guys bring back some traditions of this tournament, like 3 fleshlights as prizes for a team of 4, or a cocktail waitress fishing for scholarships from Horny Fats and Sads? That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. Doug, these are some of the traditions of the event. Right. Augusta has the green jacket. We have 3 fleshlights.
It just reeks of class.
It's old money. It's old money. Sorry, it's not for those of you who have recently made money. Our tournament is for old money.
Yeah. Is there a prize next week?
Jackson?
How about all the food?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, and just
camaraderie.
Being in Tim's presence feels like a prize in and of itself.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah, good for you.
Well, let's put our golf where our mouths are.
How about that?
Will Iggs be there?
I don't know. Let's see, it's on Friday, so we don't have an after the morning after.
He's free that day.
He's free.
He's pretty busy.
He's welcome.
Last year he stopped by.
Oh, yeah, he was there. He was right there with the recovering alcoholic. Was that on 11, Doug, or was that on 2? I don't remember if I teed off on the back 9. I mean, I assume I teed off on 1 just for the galleries.
Weather.com, I don't know how accurate it is, says Friday the 15th, 80 is the high, 61 is the low. Does say AM showers.
Well, that's to soften the greens for the players to keep the scores low, because if the conditions are too firm, we don't want people shooting over par, because that's just not good for television ratings.
Would be not good for a scramble team either if you came in over par.
You think that would be bad?
I'm sure it's happened, but it's not a good thing.
Guys, how do I get to the tournament? Where the hell is Interstate 55? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Yeah, put it in your Google Maps.
It is one thing that's
there.
The overwhelming swarm of technology, but never having to ask for directions anymore. Really nice.
It is glorious. And yet at the same time, when you are asked, it's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah. Well, if someone's like, how do I get there? It's like, come on now. You got this.
That's all you need to say. Come on now.
Rub their shoulders like, come on. You can do it. Just put the address in on your phone.
What about when people come to this show, this station? They'll say, where is it? I'm like, you know where that...
City Place. I default to City Place, 270 and Olive.
You can't get there. You just can't get there.
I just tell them the Greek restaurant next door.
But how many people have been there?
But then again, you just plug it on your phone.
Okay, what's the address of the Greek restaurant?
You don't have to type
What's
in
the name
address.
of it? How do you spell it?
It's Orzo.
How do you spell that?
O-R-Z-O.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't think El Balago's more well known than that, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Then why don't you...
I like the Euro at the Greek place.
But even if you say...
Oh, my apologies to Carmelo and Frank Jackson's.
I like El Balago, too.
Just a little bit. No,
I'm sorry.
Hey, if you didn't drop out of it, they're going to hear it.
I'm sorry.
We went to high school together. You're dead to us now.
I'm a meat and feta guy.
But even if you say, we're right above Crush Red, that's great. That doesn't get you in the right lobby.
No.
Just, we're over by that Orzo.
But I can come out and get you. I can come out and get you.
So
well,
you
if you're
say
not there?
just hang at the
But if
fountain.
I'm not there, then why would they be coming here?
Because they have business here.
then you know what? Pull yourself up by the bootstraps and do it your own darn self.
So get yourself warm, hang out by the fountain where some career radio people will be out smoking, and then I'll come get you. That's the move?
Yes.
That's how we describe it?
Yes.
Well, the 6-1 hate is not on board with the Dotem, Doug. So it doesn't sound like he will be there.
Okay.
Although it's probably close. He says, Dotem stands for rich a-holes playing a lame game. That's from the 6-1 hate.
And he screamed it.
Yep. Well, it was all in caps, so my interpretation is screaming.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I haven't seen Dotem in years.
He wears a French fry bucket hat.
Yeah, he sure did. That was at Normandy. He had that thing on.
It's a sharp look.
But he is vile. Holy smokes, is he vile.
If you are nervous about competing at next week's Dotem, maybe because you have some kind of knee injury, Healthcare Evolution is going to save the day and get you out on the course next week. 10:30 balls in the air, by the way, Doug. Want real answers and same-day pain relief? Healthcare Evolution delivers real answers and same-day pain relief for most of your medical issues. No waiting on appointments, no waiting on answers, no insurance hassles. Healthcare Evolution will give you real answers and same-day pain relief on the spot. Get rid of those nagging injuries. Are you trying to avoid surgery? Healthcare Evolution is an option before going to surgery. And for the month of May only, TMA listeners get a 10% discount on any knee issues. If you have knee pain from sore tendons, pain inside the knee, worn out knee joints, arthritis, torn knee cartilage, Healthcare Evolution can get you back in the game. In simpler terms, if your knee hurts, swells, or is hard to move, see who I see for my medical issues. That's Healthcare Evolution. Go to healthcare-evolution.com and see firsthand the same benefits I've received from Healthcare Evolution. Don't forget, TMA listeners get 10% off all knee issues this month only. It's healthcare-evolution.com. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we have the VIP Auto Accessories Drops of the Week. And an hour from now, the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey everybody, this is Jackson here to talk to you about Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. With Mother's Day coming up, your mom deserves more than just a card, and they know that better than anybody over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. That's why they're doing 4 times rewards points this weekend, starting today through Sunday on Mother's Day. 4 times rewards points over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Take care of your mom. Make cooking easy for her this time around. Don't make her get in the kitchen and start cooking for her own day. Go over to our friends at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken and make it easy. They have an Ode to Mom special, a contest over at momschickenrescue.com where you can win a $100 gift card to Lee's. You just sign up at momschickenrescue.com to get more information. Super easy. And like I said, make Mother's Day easy for your mom and get some Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. They're frying up some delicious chicken. They got those potato wedges. I mean, nothing screams Mother's Day to me more than potato wedges, biscuits, and chicken. From our friends over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Again, 4 times rewards points this weekend over at Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken.
Doug, is this Party Man or Bat Dance? I think it's
don't
Party
know.
Man.
I don't know which one.
It's Party Man.
No, you like this one? Is this on your Mount Rushmore of Prince?
No, not really. It's fine. It's fine.
So Purple Rain's George Washington, is that fair?
Okay.
Am I overrating Little Red Corvette by putting it on the Mount Rushmore?
No, came up yesterday.
You had a conversation about Prince Mount Rushmore hits yesterday?
No, we talked about Little Red Corvette because it inspired the song Stand Back by Stevie Nicks.
We did. When Doves Cry?
I never really liked that, but I acknowledge its greatness in the eyes of audiences across the globe. I didn't like Kiss. Cover, right, Doug?
I didn't like that one either. Tom Jones?
I was uncomfortable with, I was uncomfortable. Oh, what did you say?
Raspberry Beret.
Yeah, I think that's live. I was uncomfortable with him dancing around with that little veil on.
Oh.
I don't need that in my men.
DTF Prince?
Right. Doug, what about Cream? Get on top.
Whatever you say.
Cowgirl season. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. They're online at getbc.com. You can watch the show and talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Mrs. Janny Shanahan is in there.
Okay.
Another female listener. And says, can we get a Venn diagram of texters that hate the Dotem or golf in general versus texters asking for minor league hockey updates or semi-pro football updates? Is there a Venn diagram of that?
Same crowd? Could be.
I don't know how much overlap there would be there.
Probably some. They want more minor league hockey updates.
Martin, it's Tuesday, game 1, Wilkes-Barre.
We've got it. Wilkes-Barre, Scranton. So they've got two cities on their side, kind of unfair. We've only got Springfield.
Mm-hmm.
Prince is the kind of man to steal your girl's clothes and then steal your girl while wearing your girl's clothes. Doug, that's from Shrimply Pibbles, who sends in pictures of his wife.
Good text.
Do you agree with the tag?
Yeah.
I agree with Polos Plus dossier because it is time here on this polosplus.com dossier for the VIP Auto Accessories drops of the week.
Morning after.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
You have a whole hole in front of you, whole behind you open. You got the whole hole to play.
Holes.
I'll have the regular boy's haircut.
Tell him, Doug.
I like it all,
free,
really.
yeah.
I like it all.
Yeah.
Anything you put in front of me.
She opened the door and showed me. I said, let me in.
Read the room, Strode.
How dare you, sir?
I don't know that all this dry humping is going to go on.
How dare you, sir?
Hey, what's up, rookie man?
Other 19 thought it was a sham, to be perfectly honest. Words were used like con artist, liar, salesman. How did you come to a different conclusion that I was able to come to in a very short time?
I must have talked to different people.
That's it?
3% of all people in the United States were having threesomes.
JR, how about the lottery ball?
Mount Rushmore of most beautiful men with bald heads.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
I don't think people in my age group know enough about Brian McKnight.
That was drops of the week. Drop, 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 down, drop, drop. Get it.
Doug, the culmination. I don't think enough people my age know about Brian McKnight.
Well, I don't know a lot about him.
So it spans generations.
Yeah, it's generational.
It's an epidemic.
Generational ignorance.
Here's a minor league hockey update for you. The crowd at the Indy Fuel versus Fort Wayne Comets East Coast Hockey League playoff game last week may have been the most interesting looking crowd I've ever seen. Bunch of fats with tats. Many of them looked like they crawled out of a Tolkien novel.
Oh.
It's from the 317.
There's a team called the East Coast Fuel.
Doug?
Didn't he say Indy Fuel?
Oh, okay.
East Coast Hockey League, ECHL. Yeah. I covered that in Little Rock. I hope this doesn't come off as yet another humble brag. But that was the Riverblades franchise in Doug Day's Sleep with the Fishes.
I was going to say, how could that play in Little Rock?
Well, we had two teams, Martin. We, of course, had the Glacier Cats and the River Blades, kind of like having the Browns and the Cardinals.
Well, we had the Blues, and what was the name of the team that played out at Family Arena? River Otters. We had two at once, too.
And then during the lockout/strike, whatever it was, a bunch of the Blues played for the River Otters. Jim Montgomery played for the River Otters. Barrett Jackman played for the River Otters. We had the Swarm at the same time as having Billiken basketball, Doug.
Yeah.
Yep. Doug Smith.
And that died,
Buck Grimm.
too. I thought that might actually work.
Bernie Bickerstaff.
It didn't. Yeah.
And his son is coaching the motorcade?
JB.
How about that? I wonder if he went to some Swarm games. I bet he did.
And the Swarm won the IBL championship.
Shot.
And there was a parade.
And there was a Mizzou guy there, right? The big power forward. What was his
Doug
name?
Smith.
Well, another
Buck
one.
Grimm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Doug's on a delay.
He is
Buck
on
Grimm.
a satellite delay. VIP Auto Accessory sponsor of the Drops of the Week. Ed Time loved your Drops of the Week there, Papers. He said, Papers, that's outstanding work. It's wonderful that people are acknowledging
Thank you.
the work that you're doing there.
No, thank you.
A lot of Jackson bouquets today on the text
I think it's the new haircut. I think it changes the perception.
Really?
You know,
It's a sharp look. You're going to have let me tell you something. You're going to have a big weekend.
I hope so.
Well, I hope there aren't any tax consequences with your haircut. But if there are, Mark Milton could help you through that. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns, tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. Well, there's a guy right here in town who can help you through all that. His name is Mark Milton. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Got his accounting degree from University of Illinois, law degree from St. Louis U, and now he lives and works right here in the St. Louis area. He used to work for the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the absolute best in the country at what he does, and he is here now to help you, or if you have a small business, through your tax problems. Any kind of IRS issue at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. You'll be saying, no, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
And, Doug, with the positivity, unfortunately, comes a negativity to create that TMA balance.
Okay.
I thought it was one of his weaker efforts, really. That's from the 6-1.
Okay. I don't expect that felt very good. Not right here today. It didn't.
Everyone's got an opinion.
All right.
About that,
It was nice to have Aggie, who is not on TMA, but he's on after TMA.
Yeah.
Sprinkle in some of the eggs.
I think it's good to harvest from all of our sources.
And somebody said,
I like that verb, harvest.
Thanks.
Read the room, Strode. I think Raby's Viva La Strode is one of my favorites.
That's outstanding work by Chris Raby.
Because it's also probably him being sarcastic.
Doug, I'm telling you something. Not only do you have the Cardinals winning and beating good teams, no less here. That's 3 of 4 now against the Dodgers and Padres, these 2 weekend series here. But the Memphis Redbirds continue to rake. This is a hell of a situation going on at Memphis. Guess who went yard yet again last night as the Memphis Redbirds put up 11 runs?
Jimmy Crooks.
That's exactly right. I mean, now the man has 11 home runs. Nelson Velasquez, source of consternation in between the end of the spring training schedule and the home opener, got his 4th home run last night as the Memphis Redbirds put up 11 runs and continue to rake. And Jimmy Crooks, catcher extraordinaire, now with 11 home runs on the season down there.
And just 95 at bats.
Yes. Rake season.
Yeah. That's what, 1 every 9 at bats or less than that. 1 every 8.5 at bats, he's hit 1 out. I don't know if in the minors, it's hard to judge sometime whether all these hitters really are going to be this good or if major league teams are just so desperate for pitching that anyone who's throwing well at all gets moved up. And so they're facing a lot of pitchers that won't get in the major leagues. It's hard to tell.
Crooks 2 for 2. No strikeouts. Strikeouts being one of the main issues, I think, that he is down there. Brad Thompson talking about that with us yesterday. But 2 for 2 with a home run, 3 RBIs, 3 runs scored, and 3 walks. Like I said, Velasquez had a home run as well. So the Cardinals not only have it going at the major league level, but at the minor league level as well. Brian Torres, who is an outfielder, was 4 for 5 in the win last night.
And Blaze Jordan, the third baseman, that could figure into play at some point here at the major league level. He's got 8 home runs, 21 RBIs, and he's only struck out 17 times.
Contact season.
In 122 at-bats, and that explains why he's got a batting average of 320.
He was on base last night twice, 1 for 4 with a run scored and a walk. So not only do you have it going here at the major league level, but also down in Memphis, which is super encouraging. And maybe, just maybe, there is a turning of the page for the organization. It is 9:01 in St. Louis. Mark Hanna, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour on TMA. In this 9 o'clock hour, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. Perhaps one of the greatest moments of the, well, I would tell you the two, I think it's probably a no-brainer, but maybe somebody would tell me otherwise. 2 of the greatest moments in St. Louis sports in this century. We will have the hometown hero telling a tale coming up. And then the other one, which I'll let you guess, hearing it from the opponent's side, in even how when his team experienced glory, it sent him into tears thinking about one of the low points for that team that was the greatest moment of the 21st century for our local team. That coming up.
Oh, so it's like the team that the Swarm beat, that players haven't regretted.
See, now, that's the thing. I worked on that tease for an hour and a half, and Martin just...
He rained on it, didn't he?
Oh, God. So whoever the
Doug,
Swarm
who did the Swarm beat?
They're now having regrets years later.
I think it was the Arkansas River Blades. They did hockey and basketball down there. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
FlyMidAmerica.com. I'm on the website right now, and check it out. It has all of the Allegiant flights, places you can head to, whether it's down to Destin, Lauderdale, Fort Myers, Jacksonville, Las Vegas, Orlando, Sarasota, St. Pete. Putting together a trip for the family this summer, or just you and your wife want to get away. All these great spots, warm spots near the beach. Book it at FlyMidAmerica.com. Located Mid-America St. Louis Airports in Mascoutah, Illinois, not far from downtown St. Louis. You're getting great prices to these awesome destinations. That's what Allegiant does. And then the airport itself brings you the convenience. Real simple. You park in front, big open lot, get through security, get to the gate. You can do all of that in about 20 minutes. That is just unheard of in the modern day travel world. It just doesn't happen, but it does every single day at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. They've been going to Gulf Shores. They started that about a year ago. So get online, book those flights, save money, and have a great trip this summer. It's FlyMidAmerica.com.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. And that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Last night in the NBA playoffs, the Thunder defeat the Lakers 125-107. OKC leads the series 2-0. Chet Holmgren, 22 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 steals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
PYT. Jackson, we haven't gotten your review on the film Michael yet, or is that am I ruining your tease?
No.
For Movie Boy, which will of course come out tomorrow on the TMA podcast feed.
It's going to be early next week. I need to see Devil Wears Prada 2. I want to combine those two to one episode.
Is that what you're doing this weekend?
Yeah, no. I'll probably see it Monday.
Okay.
So hopefully...
That's because the club's closed on Monday?
Tuesday, yeah, exactly right. Hopefully a Tuesday episode for the folks.
You don't even go by even when, like, what you call the help is out there playing?
I'll go out there, yeah, but it will mostly be the scowl at the course maintenance workers for, even daring being on the same hole that I'm on.
For you.
Jose, are those cleats?
But also at the same time, if one blade of grass is out of place, I'll be the first person to, passive-aggressively send an email to the... head of agronomy.
Good for you.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense to me.
Yeah. So it's a real catch-22. No, more entertaining than I thought I would be. If in the movie there was not a singing and dancing number, it was borderline unwatchable.
So you didn't like necessarily the dramatic interplay?
No, sir.
Wow.
But I will say, Jafar Jackson plays Michael Jackson. He's his nephew. It's Jermaine's son.
He had the hit Dynamite?
Remember
that, Doug? Dynamite from Jermaine Jackson?
I just don't... Blah, 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 blah.
Outstanding on the singing and dancing. That stuff was great. Fully entertaining. But, yeah, the stuff... But there's just no story being told, and it's very hollow. Kind of like a highlight reel. Is more of like a highlight compilation than it is a movie or a story. But more entertaining than I thought it would be. I was entertained pretty much the whole time.
It seems like you could put together a highlight compilation with the real thing.
Yeah, probably.
Just videos that are out there of Michael.
It was cool to see, I thought they did a really good job with all that stuff, with like the singing and dancing.
So my final question is it good or bad?
It's bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
All that build-up.
It's bad, but it's entertaining.
And now it's on to your chick flick.
Devil Wears Prada 2 is, I would not say. Devil Wears Prada, the first one, I would not say is a
But
by
this
the
is a
numbers
major
chick flick.
This is a major chick flick.
Yeah, okay.
Doug, you were dismissed.
I like chick flick makes me think of the guys who like scream at us when we talk about golf. Like that I equate them in the same category.
Jackie, are you dating my wife? She saw Michael for the second time the other night, and then Devil Wears Prada 2 the next night. And they did nail the music and dance in the film. Doug, that's stepdad Gary who believes Jackson's dating his wife.
No, I am not.
Well, yeah, you couldn't admit that publicly.
No, but I am very excited for Devil. I wanted to see Devil Wears Prada 2 way more than Michael, but I felt I had an obligation to see that, considering I've been saying I don't think it's going to be very good for a long time now.
Would you watch it again?
I would not.
Wow. One and done, Martin.
Yeah, that's a one and done for sure. I would watch scenes of it again. Like the Motown 25 thing.
Oh, beat it. No, that was Billie Jean in the moonwalk, Doug.
Really outstanding.
But again,
that was really well done.
All that's out there on YouTube right now if you wanted to see that.
Yeah, but you
can't see Jermaine Jackson's son doing it.
No, but you see the real deal doing it.
Sure, no doubt.
But who would you rather see?
The real deal.
I agree, but like different camera angles, they make it. They do it in a cool way. I don't know what you want me to say here.
No,
I think the reason why make the movie 61 if I could just watch highlights of Roger Maris?
There's not many out there. Of Roger Maris.
You're a great reviewer because you made me think that you were going to say good, and then in the end, you said bad. I really
like it gets to a point where it's like kind of laughably bad at certain points.
Oh no!
In terms of like the dramatic elements. But Coleman Domingo plays Joe Jackson, who's the main antagonist of the movie, and he's really good.
But it's a little cheesy at times.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Okay.
There's like a moment where him and the chimpanzee Bubbles are playing Twister in their house, and it's like, I'm just like sitting there like, what am I doing?
Did Emmanuel Lewis play himself as his date to the Grammys in 1984, or did they find somebody else to play Emmanuel Lewis?
They conveniently... fast forwarded from 84 to 88 right quick. They went from the victory tour at Jackson 5 at Dodger Stadium right to 88. So we missed him taking a boy to the Grammys.
If you want to have a screaming tell, that would have been a moment. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, the sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour, which will include the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, if I were to ask you for the 2 best sports moments since January 1st, 2000 in St. Louis, what would you say there? Let me see if we're on the we're on the same page. Right page is subjective. That's not fair.
Game 7, winning the Stanley Cup. It's over. They rush the ice. They celebrate. And the David Freese home run in Game 6.
All right, we are on the same page. Would you agree with that, Madden?
Yes.
I think if the Rams wouldn't have left here, I think January 30th, 2000, that was Mike Jones' tackle. Although at this point, you have to be in your mid-30s to remember that. At least remember it well. May be up there, but I feel like that has certainly played a role in people's memory, and understandably so. But
that would be third for me, anyway.
Right, but I'm saying it's not even, I think it's clear when you talk about Game 6, in particular, 2011, and the 2019 Blues run, that would probably be met with a great deal of approval from the vast majority of people who are St. Louis area sports fans listening to this show. So, in this particular segment here on The Morning After on 101 ESPN, we have clips that take you back to those. Now, I thought I sent audio about Maroon talking about having booze. Did I not do that?
The one you sent was about if he could fight.
Okay, but so Maroon was on with Tyson Nash, former Blue, now involved with the Utah Mammoth. He was also on with Chase on Ice Guardians. Who was their guest for that episode? Was that Billy Bush? Doug, you know Billy Bush?
Well, I know who he is, yeah. I don't know him.
But I think he was in town for Chaser's event, I think.
He was on the list. I remember that.
And so Hull didn't do that interview. But Nash is doing all kinds of stuff, and I think he's got a good thing going in Salt Lake with the Mammoth. So he had Patty Maroon on. Great interview. Nash is doing some good stuff. It's kind of like Hull and Chase's Ice Guardians podcast. It's stuff that, like, if you're just hanging out, got a little time, want to put something on, it's recommended viewing / listening.
Nashcast is what it's called.
Nashcast. Here he is talking it over with Doug. You know him as the hometown hero from that 2019 run, in particular Game 7 against the Stars. Patty Maroon, and he's still got a burr in his saddle about a gentleman in particular.
Okay.
If you had one last fight, Patty, who would you want to just beat the absolute wheels off again?
Jack-eyed. I would want him bad. Both my fights I had against him were fucking horrible. And he did like the old razor roof in Montreal. And then I fought him when I was in Chicago, and I just always got a bad grip on him. But there's like Montour is a guy that like always chirped me, and I took a suspension on him. I'm sure he's a really good guy. I would love to rip his head off. Really fucking nuts. Always chirp me from the bench, and then I would get out there, and he's still yapping. And I was like, Monty, I'm gonna literally. I chased him around the ice, and then they suspended me. But he's really good at what he does of like chirping. But that's one guy I'd love to rip his head off.
Was there one thing he said that got under your skin?
No, he was just always yapping. It's like, you're fat, you're slow. What are you doing still playing in this league? How are you still playing in this league? Like, just always just. But it wasn't just once. It was just like all the time. He wouldn't shut up in 3 periods. And I'm like, damn, I'm going to kill this kid.
What was the guy's name again?
I was trying to pick that. It wasn't Eichel, but Jack
It popped up on the clip. Let me pull up the clip so I can actually tell you. It's like spelled with like an X.
Xavier McDaniel?
Yeah, I think it was. Xavier Pinson, former Missouri point guard.
Oh yeah, fun era.
Yeah,
it probably wasn't him. It probably wasn't Xavier Pinson.
But, I mean, what a story.
If it had been.
I'll be on Tiger Board all afternoon.
Yeah.
I met Tyson Nash as a special fan of the game via raffle when I was about 7. I got to greet all the players on the way out to the ice, and he was the last to greet me. And I said, hey, break a leg. He later broke his leg in that same game. I wonder if he still thinks of me and blames me. Doug, that's from Steven Glansberg.
Glandsberg.
He was talking about Arbor and then XHEKAJ.
Landing the plane.
Jackeye. That's Arbor Jackeye. He's a defenseman formerly of the Montreal Canadiens.
Ray King says Arbor Jackeye is a goon. That's who Patty Maroon wants to go with.
6'4", 240.
Yeah, in the video.
Oh, jeez.
L'Habitant. And he wouldn't. Now, see, Nash was known as, do you remember the term that he had applied to him? When I say it, Joel.
He was a pest.
Pest, exactly right. Yeah. But then guys would respond to him, and then they said, then he becomes a turtle.
Oh.
This is a goon who plays the role of a pest that got under Patty Maroon's skin. He goes, sure, he's a great guy, but I want to rip his head off. So he wants to get back out on the ice one more time to get a piece of him. That is the Nashcast. I don't know where I was trying to figure out what podcast this is for our next audio clip. Did you, when I sent you the clip this morning?
To the Majors?
To the Majors?
Yeah, it's the same one that gave us that Jonathan Lucroy story.
Oh, is that right?
About,
Who's the host?
To the Majors podcast is with Kevin Pillar.
Okay.
And Cody Allen.
He's recently retired.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like he might have been playing as recently as last year. They've had some good interviews on that.
Yeah, really good.
I've wondered about this for those guys who were on that 2011 Rangers team. You know, and here in St. Louis, it's not like, hey, let's see if Mark Lowe wants to come on and relive the worst moment of his life with the St. Louis station. But I do wonder about that. Mark Lowe was the one who pitched to Freeze. I mean, Feliz was never the same after that. Lidge famously, but eventually did bounce back with the Phillies a few years later, but he was not as dominant after that. Neftali Feliz, when Maroon and I had Freeze on the podcast, he talks about that. I don't know if there is an appreciation, at least locally, for how great he was. I think he was the Rookie of the Year in 2010. He was 7 for 7 for saves with the Rangers, back-to-back World Series for Texas in 2010 and 2011, right? They lost to the Giants in 10 and then the Cardinals in 11, and they did get back to the playoffs in 12, but they never were able to get close again with that team. So Derek Holland pitched the game 4, and I remember watching that game. Doug, you were probably there. Martin, you were probably there, right?
Yeah.
I may have been in the parking lot even.
Yeah, doing
the
a live
Sunday
show.
game also matched up with the Rams-Cowboys, Doug.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Right there. Across the parking lot.
And,
or was it that Rams-Cowboys game here?
No, it was right across the street because we were able to cover, Chuck Marlowe and I covered both Cardinals and the Rammies, and that's when DeMarco Murray, I think, ran for like 400 yards or something.
But the Rams still won as they were one
Martin,
to do at
if you take away that 90-yard run and the 85-yard run, we're right there.
That's Doug's favorite coach, Steve Spagnuolo.
So you could take those away.
So Derek Holland pitched that game, and he was a young guy at the time. And there was a controversial call at first base the night before. Now, that game 3 is known for what? Do you remember?
Alberto.
3 home runs. There was a controversial call in what was a close game before the Cardinals pulled away. The next night, St. Louis and Ron Kulpa was behind the plate.
St. Louis guy.
Right. And he was the target of a lot of Rangers fans' frustration from a call, I believe, at first base. And Holland was getting calls left and right behind home plate in a generous strike zone, and they shut down the Cardinals. Then they go on to win Game 5, so they come back here, of course, a mere out away from a world championship 2 different times before Freeze's triple, Berkman's base hit off Scott Feldman, and as I mentioned, Neftali Feliz, of course, in the 9th inning. And so Derek Holland is a fan of his former team, the Texas Rangers, who win a World Series a couple years ago. He goes to the game, and this is the story he tells on this To the Majors podcast with Kevin Pillar and Cody Allen.
I'm about to get emotional, and I'm watching, and all of a sudden I see the pitch, boom, strike 3, confetti flies everywhere, fans are going nuts, and I'm recording it, whatever. It goes viral, but the whole time, that's all I'm thinking is, this is supposed to be my team, the 2011 team. This is what it's supposed to be like. So I'm recording it and everything, and I'm getting the reactions. I'm literally with the fans. I wanted to be with the fans, and I made sure. So I'm recording everybody. They're all high-fiving. We're high-fiving together. It was great, and I remember, okay, I'm done to record. I post it, and I sit there, and I give my report. Hey, congratulations, the Rangers win the World Series. Walk out, and as as I'm walking out, I start crying because I'm like, this was supposed to be my moment. I'm crying in my truck and I'm getting ready to leave. And I just kept thinking the whole time, I was right there.
Yeah, 15 years later. I mean, that would have been, 12, 13 years later, but it still rocks you. And I mean, the look, my 4-year-old, we just watch YouTube Cardinal baseball games, in particular Game 6, 2011. So I have watched it. It never gets old, even though I've watched it probably for real 25 times this week. And the look on some of those guys' faces. I mean, Neftali Feliz looks like a kid who's on the verge of tears after you get that cutaway of Freeze staring down the dugout when he slides into third base. There's a cutaway on a slow motion replay of Elvis Andrus, and he's got his hands up in the air like stunned. In the 10th inning, after Berkman's base hit, they cut to Ron Washington, and it's kind of like you just see your life flashing before your eyes. Like, they were so overjoyed with Hamilton's home run in the top of the inning that they're like, okay, now we got him. We responded. And then when that happens again in the bottom, I think at that point they're like, not only are we not going to win this game, we're not going to win the World Series. And then the one that stands out to me most, because he was there after Poole's home run off a Lidge, is Nolan Ryan. While the ballpark is shaking, he's sitting there in a top coat, like just gnawing on his fingernails as the president of the Rangers, and he sees his team blow yet another opportunity. And the thing is, for the vast majority of them, they never got a world championship. And so, here, greatest moment ever, for real. If you were a Cardinal fan and at least, 7, 8 years old and can remember that well. But on the other side of it, there is that. And here is a guy who made millions of dollars pitching at the major league level and won a game in the World Series. And he sees that team, his old team, win the World Series more than a decade later. And he's in his truck weeping because it's still right there beneath the surface. You'll never get it.
Anybody on that team has to feel that way. Just every World Series, you'd have to be thinking, man, we almost won. We could have won. It's one thing if you get swept, like the 2004 Cardinals. Nobody, the disappointment is it was a great year, terrible World Series. Rangers were right there. Yeah. They could have, should have won it. Has Nelson Cruz done podcasts? Has he said much over the years?
So once I saw that, Martin, before sending it over to Papers, I said I was looking up another thing that he said on the podcast, but the soundbite wasn't all that interesting. But he talks about Cruz specifically. And he says, everybody's going to remember him for that one play, but what they don't know is he was so beat up that the next night for Game 7, he got a cortisone shot just to be able to play because he was so beat up, which then further highlights something that in the moment was discussed, which is what the hell is he doing out there anyway? He's not a defensive guy. The conversation specifically on that play was Endy Chavez, who famously robbed Scott Rowland of a home run in Game 7 of the 2006 NLCS when he was with the Mets, should have been out there as a defensive replacement. But one of the talking points was, well, Cruz hit a home run in that game, obviously a star, and wanted to be out there for the clinching out. Lovely sentiment. David Freese, the night before, had become a god locally and famous throughout the world of baseball. But guess what? Tony La Russa made a defensive replacement in Game 7 when the Cardinals were in full control of the game, and Freese was not on the field.
Was it Punto? It felt like almost every game took Freese out.
That's right. And I think Endy Chavez catches that ball. I think a lot of guys catch that ball. And so Holland's like, I realize people around Rangers, fans and around baseball will always look at Nelson Cruz as the guy who did not catch a ball that a lot of right fielders would have caught, but what he was saying is he was beat up and had to take a cortisone shot because he wanted to be out there with his guys in Game 7. Fine, admirable, but as a manager, he shouldn't have been out there in the first place, and now, knowing that he was beat up, it even adds to it.
And there was also the story that came out that because it was the last out, he had inched a little bit closer to the infield so he could join the celebration a little quicker, like he took a step or two in.
And he was relatively early in his career, so he wasn't this savvy vet. Like, I don't want to disrespect him. In the end, Cruz finishes with 464 homers, 1,300 RBIs, 7-time All-Star. He's a borderline Hall of Fame player.
Yeah.
Yet, if you mention his name, that's probably the first thing you think of, that play. And Perez, by the way, you mentioned he was Rookie of the Year in 2010. He had 40 saves, had 32 saves the year of 2011, the World Series year we're talking about, and then just dropped off. He had 1 year where he had 13, and that's the high water mark after that.
Yeah. The name of the podcast, To the Majors, and the one that you heard from Pat Maroon on, that is the Nashcast, former Blue, past Tyson Nash. But he's great entertainment, as so many former hockey players are. The Nashcast, that is recommended listening, him and Patty Maroon, but his podcast in general, kind of, if you like that Ice Guardians feel with Hull and Chase, that's certainly what Nash brings to the table. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. You're welcome to email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming your way in 15 minutes on our Polos Plus dossier. Doug, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, or are you just oblivious?
No, I'm oblivious to most things. But Design Air, I know because they've been out to my house. I think we're all customers of Seth Goldcamp and his fabulous crew at Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving since 1904, the St. Louis area, more than a century of keeping homes here comfortable and customers happy. And not just another HVAC company, Design Air also happens to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Seth Goldcamp is a fourth-generation family member running that company. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're not going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. They've also got that maintenance plan where they'll come out before the season hits and do routine maintenance on your air conditioner or your furnace to make sure, or at least lessen the possibility, that you're ever going to have any problems when it gets super hot or very cold. Visit designairservice.com. Comfort you can count on since 1904. Design Air brings the heat.
The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's Flooring, family, locally owned for over 30 years. Michael himself takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. Michael's passion is flooring. So when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 30-plus years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers at heart. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. If so many varieties of all flooring and 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, is this because it's Friday and the skies looking toward the south here in Creve Coeur, Missouri are threatening?
Yeah, I didn't think we had rain in the forecast, but now it says 85% chance we're going to get some.
Looking at the radar, looks like a cluster of storms are making their way toward the Gateway City, and they are over mid-Missouri right now. Welcome, friends.
Headed right to the Mound City.
Yes. They're going wild in the Mound City. Vin Scully, Matt Adams home run 2014. Right. Jackson Burkett will prove you wrong right now.
Why would he say Mound City?
Because he's the greatest play-by-play guy in the history of the game who didn't do games in St. Louis.
Heard the Cahokia Mounds.
Well, I know that's where it came from, but nobody calls it the Mound City.
Vin T. Scully did.
Well, they shouldn't have.
Tonight on Fox, Battlehawks, will we have some riverboats rolling down the Mississippi?
Oh, of course, because that's all we do in this town.
Back
really.
on the shores of the Mississippi.
Mm-hmm. We get on steamboats and paddle, go up and down the river. That's all we have to do.
Let's see if I can get Kurt Menefee to drop a deep Dotem tonight.
Oh, he's got to do that?
Yeah. I want to see if I can. Oh, yeah, he likes calling football.
All right.
He does. He does.
Well, you can hear the active typing.
I guess he's trying to find.
That's what's going on.
They're going wild in the Mound City.
Game 4, 2014 NLDS. Cardinals don't win that game. They got to go back to Los Angeles. And Vin Scully with the call.
Not your fault. I'm watching it happen.
Okay, never mind.
Doug's getting Doug. Just bite your tongue.
I can't help. Instacart's got to get theirs.
Oh, no.
Game-winning RBIs during the regular year. Kershaw ready and delivers, and a drive to right. Going back on the ball is Kemp. It is gone in the Cardinal bullpen, and it's 3-2 St. Louis. They are going wild in the Mound City.
We don't call it that. Biggest moment of Matt Adams' career, no doubt.
You better believe it.
What else do you want Vin Scully to say?
Yeah, so what else are you going to say?
Hoosiers are going nuts.
City. Gateway to the West, I would even give him that. The Mound City?
St. Louis. They are going wild in the Mound City.
If you were from anywhere else, you'd say, where are they? What's the Mound City?
He hit that like a gooey butter cake.
His wife, an expert field dresser.
Yes.
Pulled a rabbit from the snake's mouth.
This is while Madison Bumgarner's pitching at Dodger Stadium. He wields a story about him being, taming some kind of snake. Mm-hmm. 2-1 pitch outside. So Bumgarner's wife...
And he didn't have a color commentator, did he?
No, Han Solo.
That's so impressive.
He did a 5-minute breakdown of Hugo Chavez during one game. and the decline of communism. Swinging a foul ball.
I remember him telling some Beatles story of the Beatles leaving Dodger Stadium or something, and literally every 2 sentences was 2-1, pitch outside.
So really, Shannon interviewing Glenn Close wasn't that out of bounds compared to what the great Vin Scully was doing.
They say one of the miracles of Vin Scully was that the game never interfered with his story.
Right.
Somehow, he would always have time to tell the story. Like the count would go to 3-2, or 3-2, or whatever.
Yeah.
It was never, there's a ground ball to end the inning. We'll be right back. I'll finish the story.
Calling us Mound City's better than Pothole Central. That's from Shooter McGavin. Do they call us Pothole Central?
I don't know.
I got to give some love to Kings Highway. They've done a lot of work on that slab of road. It's gotten a lot better.
Well, whatever you do, don't take 270 going north if you're on Highway 64 Farty. You cannot merge. If you're trying to use 64 Farty west to go to 270 north, don't do it.
Yeah, take Palace.
Don't do it. But don't take Palace because that's really backing me up every day. So please just stay home.
Mound City is in Missouri, you morons. That's from the 314.
Huh?
It has to be a salute to the Cahokia Mounds.
What else would it be a salute to?
Nothing.
Mound City in Missouri is north of Kansas City. So maybe he was viewing it as fans in Mound City, Missouri, were delighted to see Matt Adams of Pennsylvania go yard.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Okay.
The population 1,005 of Mound City, which is in Holt County, Missouri.
My wife's bowl calls our bedroom Mound City. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen, Craig Paquette.
Okay. It's just not a nickname that we use around
Did you
here.
ever interview him, Doug? Vin?
I tried once, and he said, no, I haven't time.
Oh, I love that. I haven't time.
So he was polite about it.
Yeah.
Man, I like that. No, I don't have time would be standard, but no, I haven't
time.
Man, I like that.
You did
I haven't time for the likes of you.
Yeah, probably.
You did interview Yogi Berra, though, and drew on him.
I got a little bit of my Sharpie. I was trying to help him with his lavalier mic on set, and I had a Sharpie that was open in my fingers, and as I was putting on the mic, the Sharpie may have hit his khaki pants and left a big mark on it. How do you get out of that?
No, it's tough. It's better than Earl Weaver, though.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell him. I hope he didn't notice.
Walked around all day.
Hope he didn't notice.
Grandpa, you got Sharpie all over you.
The move would have been after the interview saying, Yogi, you got some on your pants.
Yeah.
The Mound City that he was referring to is that dump mountain in Valley Park. That's from Steven time. Is that correct?
Trash Mountain?
I didn't know that.
Boy, there's a big one over there by the racetrack, too, in Illinois. That Trash Mountain there, that's huge.
And a lot of them, they just throw some sod on top.
Sure.
And there's always birds up there picking at things.
Don't drink the water anywhere nearby.
St. Louis had many more mounds than Cahokia at one point. We have torn them all down, and only one remains. It's south of the AB Brewery. Thanks. That's from the 573.
Yes.
How about that?
I'm not contesting the fact that we didn't have lots of mounds. I'm saying no one here calls us the Mound City.
You know the name of that mound?
What?
Sugarloaf.
Okay.
The Sugarloaf Mound.
And where is it?
In a bluff near downtown.
In a bluff near downtown.
Which sounds like if you were like hiding buried treasure, you'd put something in a bluff near downtown.
Where is there a bluff near downtown?
That's what I'm trying to picture right
Near
now.
the river?
South of the brewery?
It's in South St. Louis.
Okay.
It's currently being preserved by the Osage Nation.
Oh, is it really?
Mm-hmm.
What's the, this is going to sound terrible because we all love our history, we love nature and science. What's the point of preserving the mound? Is it just...
It's just been there forever.
Okay.
So.
What else are you going to put there? It's good, pretty good for grade school field trips.
There you go.
Doug, anytime I'm around Tim, I stare at his pants. # large mound. That's from Doug's shaved BBL.
Just an awful comment.
We already gave away text of the day?
Yeah. 3230 on your, is that your pant size?
It is, actually.
Yeah.
Isn't that just a shame? Isn't that a shame of a pant size?
Well, the 32 is fine. The 30 is unfortunate.
Thank you.
I'm like a 34, 32, so it's not that much different.
But it
That's about what
matters.
I am.
Let me tell you something. It matters.
Yeah.
You know that. You're going to be out there this weekend. You're going to be having that bottle service with that new fade.
Yeah. Plowhawk was like a 28.
Yeah, that's a tough putt.
Hard to find those clothes, I imagine.
We got a boys sections.
28 waist?
Yeah, that's what it was.
I actually would have thought it might be less than that. When we weighed the man, he weighed 116 pounds.
He said there was times he had to shop in the boys department.
I think that's a good deal. You get a lot of savings.
Yeah, it means you can just eat forever.
Yeah.
Doug, there's a castle in Festus. That's from the Coral Courts Cowboy.
Is there really? I've not seen that.
Martin, were you aware of a castle in Festus?
No.
Well, maybe we should take a field trip down there.
Do a remote?
Yeah,
God,
do the whole
Jackson, a lot
show.
of remotes coming up.
Oh, bully.
One is a week from today for the Dotem golf tournament, where we will be at Oak Valley. Balls in the air at 10:30. It's all brought to you by Cutwater. Hopefully many of you will be out there enjoying the festivities. We'll broadcast from there. Our charity partner this year, Birdies for Bipolar, the great Michael Wellington. Will be joining us, I think, coming in studio next week.
Oh, he'll be there?
I know he's coming in studio next week to talk about Birdies for Bipolar. So look forward to talking it over with the great Michael Wellington. We will have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up in our next segment on the Polos Plus dossier. VIP Auto Accessories, the sponsor of our Drops of the Week. You go to VIP, they take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop. In some instances, people will bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything could have been done at VIP Auto Accessories. We are talking about 4 departments under one roof. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket accessories. Online at VIPAutoAccessories.com for all your commercial vehicle upfit needs. Ask for Tommy Cebulka, and for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and let him know you are a TMA listener. Online at VIPAutoAccessories.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today is coming up next. This is the Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. So good.
I didn't have anything, so this was the quickest thing I could get up. Tee.
You like when a guy says tee?
I don't mind it, I guess.
I liked when Berman and Tom Jackson did NFL primetime, and whenever Michael Jackson of the Browns would catch a touchdown, they would go, hee hee.
Jackson just enjoyed the picture.
Well.
Did they do any hee hee?
Oh, yeah. Major hee hees.
Is that got you saying tee hee?
Not necessarily. It's impressive how much, the nephew of Michael Jackson actually looked like him. That was good. They did a pretty good job with that.
Yeah.
I'm 5'10", and my pants are a 32 length. How the hell's Jackson wearing a 32? Put your damn ankles away, man. Who's your daddy?
Yeah, I like them to be not like showing all my ankle, but I don't like pants where the leg goes below the shoes or anything.
They call them clam diggers?
Yeah.
Rafael Nadal?
Clam diggers hit you about the calf.
Gauchos.
34 would look really long on me. 32 probably a little short, but they don't really make a lot of 33 length pants.
No,
so 33 would probably be more likely my size. And I'm only 6 feet tall, so 2 inches there. Not that big a difference.
Only 6 feet tall. You're like a giant.
This guy.
Martin's taller than me.
I know, but this guy was me saying to you what you were saying to him.
Yeah.
Fair.
You were dunking on Tim right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody
right.
does that.
Not after that leg lengthening surgery, that live
That's
long
right.
thing.
We're so excited about that. That's going to be fun.
Where a guy had it and then was standing in the grocery store and his femur just snapped in half.
Oh, God.
And he said, I thought that the surgery would be the worst pain of my life, but I was wrong. It was standing at the grocery store and my femur snapped while standing.
Then you'd have to go back and have it done again.
I might pack it in. Yeah, this bury me in the aisle 3.
You would want to be put to rest
next to the dry pasta. Put me down. If my femur snapped while I was standing there.
So that really happened?
Yeah, that was, well, according to some guy's diary of his leg lengthening surgery.
Oh, and that's really a thing people get.
That is a real thing that people do.
I'm considering it. It's our 15th wedding anniversary, and my wife did offer it.
You're going to walk around like you're on stilts.
Yeah.
You're going to look like that guy on the Savannah Bananas on the stilts who comes out to pitch.
That's what it's going to be.
It's not that great being tall.
Doug, I'm 6'4", and my inseam is between 32 and 34. My torso is very long. That's from Beer Cats.
Okay.
That's the thing, yeah. Top
So
tall.
happy to hear that.
Johnny Drama talked about that being top tall.
Long torso?
Long torso, shorter legs.
I heard Jason Tatum say the other night about his recovering from his injury. He said, well, my one leg is still shorter.
Yeah.
Is that going to work itself out?
I think at this point, you get what you get.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Probably not.
Would you rather have one leg longer or one foot larger than the other?
Eugene Levy had to wear right shoes on both feet in Best in Show, which made, spoiler alert, he and Catherine O'Hara's win at the Westminster Dog Show so emotional.
Oh, it's actually not that uncommon to have feet that are different sizes. Some people, in fact, have to buy 2 pairs of shoes.
Right.
And that's why when you take a pair of shoes up to buy it, they open the box to make sure that they're the same size.
Yeah.
Because they don't want you picking one and changing the shoes in the different boxes.
Average pant size of this show's audience is 46 by 30. That's from Steven time. That's kind of a weeble wobble.
That is a weeble wobble.
46 by 30.
Yeah.
Well, we could set up a little measuring booth next Friday. Everybody just come and get your waist measured.
But I've talked about that, whereas like some guys who might have a bigger boiler might actually, wear waist size would be like a 34, 36 because they place the pants under the boiler and let it sit over. Whereas if they were to go over the boiler, you now are creeping into the 40s.
They call that Dunlap syndrome. When you're in college, you come home and they say, oh, it Dunlapped over your belt. You gained a bunch of weight.
I have a digital scale. I may bring it out to the Dotem. We're going to see who gains the most weight during this tournament.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Kind of a fun observation here from the Houston trash can, but yet the Houston trash can has a 314 area code. A lot of women are out there, and most have different sized breasts. LOL. How about that?
And that's
like
the
Mel
text.
Allen right there.
That's the text.
How about that?
This week in baseball. Remember that show?
Yes.
That was a good show.
I watched that. I've been watching for real, dead serious. Like I said, my YouTube now is just baseball centric. And I'm watching both 1982 and 1985 This Week in Baseball, and I couldn't enjoy it anymore.
Yeah,
Cardinals wearing the powder blues. What material were they wearing then? All the teams wore
polyester,
that?
double polyester, probably.
Yeah. I don't think they bring that back now.
No,
but it looked better than.
You like that?
I like the pullover, the V-neck
That's what it
pullover
was.
with no belt. I thought that looked really cool.
What was the show Johnny Bench did with the San Diego
Baseball
chicken
bunch?
and
That was Tommy Lasorda.
Man.
Ozzy would be on there.
Yeah.
Wizard.
Johnny Bench was really good as a host. He was a natural. No runs, no drips, no errors.
They're
That was his
bringing
commercial
back
for
this
Krylon.
weekend. There's some form of This Week in Baseball that's coming back, like currently. But I think they're using the Mel Allen Open.
Oh, good.
How about that?
Shooter McGavin played them in 61. Played Mel Allen.
The great.
Oh, is that right? That's a nice fun fact.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm 6'3". I have 36 waist, 32 inseam, and I weigh 218 pounds. That's from Doug's anger translator.
That was like an honest text. Like not crazy. 36, 32.
Do we really care what everyone's inseam is who listens to this show?
It's nice to have.
What are we going to do with it?
Do you have a little file?
Yeah. Still working on that text.
Hey, you're about done with the name changes.
Oh, I still see requests coming in, though, as we speak.
It wasn't until you said so.
Well, I'm just pointing out.
We got an hour and 15 minutes to the listeners, to all the ladies on the Washington University campus. You got an hour and 15 minutes to get
Teacher, you forgot to collect the homework.
Oh, Miss Crabtree. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I can tell by the way you're standing at that urinal with your hands on your hips in the 3XL t-shirt you're wearing that you remember the TMA Reddit. Here, let me set aside this dog-eared Lane Bryant catalog that I use to pleasure myself and join me in the stall. We'll listen to all 4 hours of TMA and after TMA, and then we'll post about how lame and stupid the show is. Did you cut me off in the Ford 350 with the Salt Life and FAFO decals on the rear window? Okay, I thought so. That truck's sweet. How awesome is it to have a $1,200 truck payment on a $40,000 salary? How do you manage to fit that in while also paying $5,000 for your son's elite travel team? You rule. You know what else rules? That you had the balls to call out TMA for being sponsored by Guanabanas while celebrating your anniversary at Texas Roadhouse. After you flop around on your wife for 30 seconds tonight, I can't wait for you to call Tim, Doug, and Jackson lazy for not doing After the Morning After on Fridays.
Is that what goes on out there?
I don't know. Can't wait to see what other asinine thing you write this weekend while traveling to Branson for a B8U tournament. My nipples are hard. I am excited. That's from Dad's business partner.
Dad's business partner.
I was a boy. He was a man in all yellow from scalp to toes. I was down on my luck. No job, no car, no bed to sleep in at night. But that day, I really felt something was going to change for me. We met at the Hill. I came there by way of foot from South County, and when I noticed him, my eyes couldn't turn away. Smoke was billowing around his head like a white mullet. As I sheepishly approached him, his eyes never broke the line of sight he had aimed at me. "Can I join you for 2 cigarettes?" I murmured. "Why not?" he said with a voice that sounded aged and wise. "I'm only a Festus 4. Why were you looking at me when you could have your pick at anyone in this restaurant?" I asked. With a smirk on his face, he replies, "I believe you could be a 5. After all, they both equal the same when divided by 2. I was quivering. I could barely muster up the strength to ask, "Would you mind making me salmon and having a few drinks at your place?" He paused, looked me up and down, and bluntly said no. I was disappointed. I really thought I was going to have my chance to stab and rob that wrinkly and bitter man. Jesus. Doug, that's from the Tin Man.
The Tin Man.
I've had a lot of time for personal reflection since my suspension. You're right, Chairman. I didn't like what I saw in the mirror, but damn it, hey, at least I tried. And for that, I will never apologize. There is nothing like hearing in the 7 o'clock hour Tim stating the schedule for the show and finding out there will be approximately 0 interviews or other programming. Maybe if TMA started spending more off-ice time with each other, bonding, there would be more of a buy-in to production, which would prevent the lackluster schedule like today. Or just open up the phone line so I can hear more of the local chuds. Doug, just because you received your life-changing 4-figure deal back in 1926, that doesn't mean you can just pack it in for the rest of your career. Be the veteran we need in the clubhouse. Be the leader. Be the change. That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Jackson says he has blue feet.
Yeah, I think he's really coming into his own.
All fair, cleaned it, and trimmed it. I appreciate the feedback and the second chance. What's going on? Chairman, is this an interaction you had with this?
He sent in something that would have most definitely had us removed from the airwaves.
Oh, is that right? No. That would have delighted a lot of retirement communities.
So I
what
just
if Kowski sends it in just to see if we'll read it so he can get rid of us?
I just said, "Hey, I like this job. Can you maybe edit that?" And he did.
How about that, Doug? Look at that. A nice little give and take.
Yeah, nice of him.
Greetings and salutations. My wife and I sat on our new couch in the State Streets neighborhood feeling like minor royalty. We had the house, the whip, the Ring doorbell, yet something felt missing. "Honey, it's time," she said with the seriousness of a sports update. I opened my laptop and logged on to our favorite local meetup site. And there he was, a man with flowing gray hair and the confidence of someone who hasn't used sunscreen since the Reagan administration. Free tonight, I typed. I can be there in 3 hours, he replied. Just heading to a haircut appointment in Warrenton. Naturally, hair like that doesn't maintain itself. We waited, debated whether setting the thermostat to 69 was too bold, and refreshed our drinks. Eventually, freshly trimmed and majestic, he knocked. My wife greeted him in her robe, and he gave a solemn nod, the nod of a man who had seen things. He settled onto the couch like a visiting dignitary, announcing he would not be doing any work. I handed him a Busch Light, and we watched the Blues game while discussing Spanish telenovelas. By the third period, our guest stood to leave. Gotta run, he said. I haven't checked the TMA Reddit page in 4 hours. Same time next month, my wife asked. Already in the calendar, he replied. As the door closed, we leaned back on the couch, satisfied. This was why we moved to the State Streets. Toodles, Doug, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
And finally, Doug, there's a monster truck rally here in Waterloo tomorrow night. I've got an extra pit pass. Hit me up. We can horse around at my place afterwards. That's from Doug's Oil Bowl. You like that when somebody wants to horse around?
I don't want to horse around.
Why not?
With an oil boy?
You and I horsed around in Florida.
Clip that off.
But this is an oil boy.
We would get in the pool and splash each other.
Oh, is that right?
It was really cute.
Send pics.
Yep.
That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We will announce the winner at 10:55, and then you'll have BK and Ferrario coming your way. Because of our laziness, we do not do after the morning after on Fridays.
No. Couldn't be bothered.
Thank you.
I mean, 4 days is enough.
Martin's headed to onboarding. I'm transfixed by the Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith reunion, in which Skip Bayless has just ranked LeBron James as the 9th best NBA player ever, and they are arguing about it.
Sweet Ward.
Troll 101.
And it is captivating. I don't know if we just simulcast it, but it is good.
He's got Magic at number 2.
You got a problem with that?
Yes. What?
Jackson will go over his list coming up. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Well, the spring is the time when you start to look around and go, I think this might be the time to capitalize on the weather warming up and making sure we keep our energy bills down. You've been waiting for the weather to break to finally deal with those old drafty windows. Well, here we are, and Universal Windows Direct can help you. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest, so you can move forward with your project now and not worry about paying for it for 2 full years. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today to start enjoying fewer drafts, more consistent temperatures, and lower energy bills. Upgrade with confidence and enjoy the comfort, savings, and peace of mind that comes with it. Like me, you will be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals, Padres tonight, 8:45 p.m. first pitch on Apple TV. Michael McGreevy on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. We welcome you to participate in the show by calling in, texting in, or talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. If you call in, you'll be calling in the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Doug, do you have any thoughts on Collier and Thompson?
Well, I have the thought that these are the people that are going to turn your house into the place you've always wanted to live. The best remodeling company in town. They've been around since the 1950s, making St. Louis homes look beautiful. At Collier and Thompson, your kitchen and bath remodel isn't fast food. It's fine dining. Crafted, curated, cooked to perfection. Don't trust a contractor who can start tomorrow. You have to trust the one that's worth waiting for. There is a planning process with what Collier and Thompson does because it's intricate work, and they got to get the right materials in, and they got to schedule people's time. So it's not something that they're going to do over a weekend. It's going to take a little bit of time, but boy, when they're done, you're going to be happy. If you go to their website, you can take a look at some of the before and after work that they have done on some of the best houses in St. Louis. It is just incredible, the work that they do. And maybe the most important thing about Collier and Thompson is this is a remodeling company that you can trust. Collier and Thompson, they will listen to you. They'll understand your ideas. They'll provide a steady, informed, and thoughtful process, not going to rush it. Whether you're doing a kitchen, a bathroom, a basement, wine room, fireplace walls, whether you need your whole house painted, Collier and Thompson can handle it all. They've got a showroom with more than 10,000 square feet. They've got an appliance section with top-of-the-line appliances, more than 20 kitchen displays where you can go in and get some great ideas of what they can do to your house. Collier and Thompson on Manchester Road in Manchester, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. And we welcome you to participate by texting 314-399-9646, by calling those Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101, or by opening up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, subscribing to the YouTube channel. Hey, Tim, I am taking questions, Doug, and He-Man has one. I'm curious. Sometimes you let the intro play for a bit, and other times you get right into it. When you go right into it, is that a way to let Jackson know that the song was a poor choice?
We don't really think about it that much, frankly.
Doug's speaking for me. Hey, man, He-Man with the question, but I like questions, and I'm happy to answer them. Here is the reality. Doug, I think it was Kevin Demoff, who was considered one of the greatest St. Louisans of all time.
Yeah, a true statesman.
When he went to Los Angeles and went back to his high school and spoke to the school, which was later used the audio in a lawsuit. Fortunately or unfortunately, we were still in the playoff mix, which is what executives usually say.
Yeah.
So, hey, man, He-Man, fortunately or unfortunately, my nature is to do long segments. It's just the way that we grew up doing this program. And on this particular presentation, sometimes because I'll do long segments in the 7 and 8 o'clock hour, kind of like a guy with a boat purchase. I might be upside down toward the end of it, and I got to catch up.
Well, sure.
So I know that I probably need to catch up on the breaks. That's what the deal is. What segment are we in, Papers?
9-3.
Doug, 9-3.
Oh,
and yet here it is at 10:13.
Yeah.
So I like that Hey Man, He-Man is paying close attention, but I know I got to get in. I know Doug's got a live endorsement for the great people at Collier and Thompson, who I had to my home, too, to take a look at things. And then I know that I got to catch up. So that's it. But I will take logistics questions all day long. Speaking of which, I texted Anouk Karunaratne, who has been on this program a couple of times. I believe he was our guest when we were at Ballpark Village, and Martin moved his foot about an inch and it knocked us off the air. Mm-hmm. I remember that, and it was on Cardinal opening day.
Yeah, sit still. It's like having an MRI.
Yeah, that's right. And I posed him the question. I said, random question. We were just discussing why MLB teams do not post-game sound/video on YouTube. In contrast, NHL teams do it. So we're wondering if it was an MLB regulation. And he got back to me right away, and he said he's going to look into it and get back to us.
Sweet.
So we're going to have some information on that. Along those lines, with the win last night for the Cardinals, you will be hard-pressed to find video of the post game. But when it comes to Blues games, the Blues do have that. But again, I keep saying that this is not necessarily a Cardinal thing. This is an MLB thing, because I've looked for other team stuff when they're on the road. And it strikes me as a missed opportunity. Derek Gould did write about it, though. And he explained why last night's win had some additional significance to Ali Marmol and the Cardinals. We will tell you why coming up next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. How great is that, Doug?
Boy.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in this Design Air Heating and Cooling 10 o'clock hour. And little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. I said in response to He-Man's question, I said, I'll take questions. Doug prides himself on not taking questions. And then a bunch of questions came in. So I'm happy to answer said questions at 314-399-9646. And you have 42 minutes. That's it. To text in and say, hey, Jackson Burkett, could you please update my name to this name? Because once 11 o'clock strikes, Jackson's done until June. which means you're just a 314, a 618, or a 636, or a 573, or a 217, or a 816, 913, any combination of numbers, and not a name. You deserve a name. You're special.
Oh, gosh.
What? You're special.
Okay. We're all special.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We're all really cool.
Ali Marmol said last night in San Diego was a test he was looking to see if his young team could pass. The Cardinals were playing in front of a huge crowd at Petco, 44,966. One of the biggest crowds they have played in front of. And then they were dealing with Michael King, who had a great start. He hadn't been great this year, but he had a great start. And they were trailing early and put to the test early. And it really did look like in that first inning that the thing could break open. And considering you would have 4 straight games against the Padres, that's the kind of thing that could create a domino effect for the 4-game series and potentially lead to problems. Then you get the pickoff in the first inning, Bogarts. Cardinals come back to tie it. And then in the 7th inning, this is what happened with Mason Wynn at the plate after Jordan Walker had doubled. Here is the call.
It's all about timing.
On a line, right field off the end of the bat. Castellanos in, can't make the catch. Walker motors around third. Wynn sprints to third with a go-ahead triple in the 7th.
Is there somebody moaning there?
Someone was moaning. It was not an easy play, but it was a play that some right fielders probably make. In this case, it was a difference in a win, and who knows, it could have been a loss had they not scored that run.
And then, after taking that 2-1 lead, you have a combination of Soriano, who is emerging, and Jojo Romero and Riley O'Brien get through 9 Padres hitters, 9 outs, 29 pitches. And you want to talk about domino effects? You need your bullpen in a tight game like that. You need somebody to emerge to pair with these combination of Romero and O'Brien. And you get it in a low number of pitches, which then should free them up to pitch tonight if they are needed. But as we were saying, we expect friend of the show, Michael McGreevy, to pitch a complete game shutout. Probably a perfect game.
I would think so. You'd hope.
There's a TMA bump.
Yeah. He'll get a big lift from that.
And as he gets ready to go to the All-Star game, I would imagine we will go as well.
It seems as though in this current era of baseball, teams have to rebuild their bullpen almost every year. I mean, the names get shuffled out there even during the season. And so unless you have a truly elite closer, it seems like teams are always shuffling who's in that bullpen. And bullpens are more important now than ever because they're always coming in after the 5th or 6th inning.
Because they don't want them to go through the lineup 3 different times. Right. Ali Marmol said following the game, this is in Derek Gould's piece in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, you want to check certain boxes when it comes to growth and development with this young group at the end of the year. And one of them is being able to play in tough environments. I'd like to see another group as young as ours that calm in an environment like this. There wasn't a single player in the dugout who was sped up by any of it. Close game, good game, that's what you want to see. I'll be honest with you, that didn't even really cross my mind as a potential thing, but that's something that Ali Marmol was quick to point out in his post-game comments, that kind of atmosphere with a young team could potentially get in their heads, but didn't see that. I guess it was on the brink potentially in that first inning. But that is a great win. And perhaps if the weekend is successful, you can go back to Liberatore picking off Bogarts in the first inning and how things may have played out if Bogarts doesn't get picked off, because that can compound. Instead, you wind up getting Liberatore to throw six innings super effectively. The team is able to keep the game to a one-run game and then able to come back. That's a significant mental error by the veteran Padre.
I wonder if the Cardinals will look for somebody to hit behind Walker who can do a little bit better job than what they're getting now. Because at some point, if he continues to hit like this, and he had 2 doubles last night, they're just going to start pitching around him, I think, more often. No one's doing that now, but I think they might start doing that unless they get a little bit more pop out of that 5th spot.
Maybe it's Blaze Jordan.
It could be.
Maybe it's Jimmy Crooks, who hit his 11th home run last night from Memphis. Doug, earlier you said how many at-bats it is? He hasn't even gotten to 100 at-bats yet.
97, 98 at-bats.
Also important, no strikeouts last
95.
night for Crooks, and he walked 3 times. His discernment at the plate is one of the reasons why there is pause given to bringing him up, but that is encouraging with what's going on down at Memphis, by the way. Nelson Velasquez, who many were monitoring with a super strong spring training, hit his 4th home run last night for the Memphis Redbirds as both the Cardinals and Memphis get wins last night. McGreevy on the mound tonight for the Cardinals as they try to make it 2 in a row. And I recall saying a couple of weeks ago that, you know, this is going to be a really difficult stretch on the schedule to take you back to it after they got to play in front of friends and family in Miami. You got a team with legitimate world championship aspirations in Seattle coming to St. Louis, and that did not start this whole thing off real well by getting swept. And again, kind of on the brink in what would have been a silent loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates to open up the 4 games in Pittsburgh. And then you're sitting there going, okay, at this point now that's 5 in a row. If you remember, the Pittsburgh bullpen was combining for a perfect game before Burleson's little, Doug, do you call it a little nubber?
Sometimes I do.
Little nubber. And the Cardinals come back in that one, and they win that game, and then they rattle off a bunch of wins, not just in Pittsburgh, but then the first 2 against the Dodgers. Tough one on Sunday. Really not much to say about that one. You tip your cap to the Dodgers and Lebreski. But they beat the Brewers the next night and bounce back. So here you have a test with the Mariners. I know the Pirates have been a punchline, but the Pirates have higher expectations this year around baseball than the last few decades, minus a couple of seasons. Of course, the Dodgers, the Brewers, the Padres. That is a test. And if you would have said, okay, that's with no off days either, that's where the season can get away. Instead, the Cardinals have played well above 500 in that stretch, and if anything, are looking more impressive. So maybe there's reason to sit there and go, okay, maybe there's something happened. I also think that the 2 things that stand out to me, I thought, okay, the Walker thing had started to fall apart. If you recall that, I mean, he had the heater, then he falls back, and I'm like, okay, they figured it out. He can't lay off that low outside pitch. To his credit, he's gotten hot yet again. And this is a minor thing, but you cannot get through a season with just JoJo Romero and Riley O'Brien being the guys you can bring in a crucial situation. And I'm not saying Soriano is going to turn this into that 2015 Royals bullpen where the game basically was over after the 6th inning if you didn't get to the starter and you were trailing. But Soriano may be the guy to put with those 2 guys because that bullpen was the thing that I'd go, God, they can be up, but you just feel like you're dealing with potential danger anytime it's a non-O'Brien, non-Romero.
Jared Schuster looked pretty good the last time he came out. They just brought him up.
Yeah, he's on the back and forth I-55 expressway.
Yeah, he is a former first-round draft pick. And Stanek has had some moments when he's looked really good and moments when he hadn't looked very good at all.
Would you say wide delta?
I'd say a pretty wide delta with him. So those are 2 guys that maybe if they get it going a little bit, you could add them to the Romero, Soriano, and O'Brien trio that you're using now in close games when you're ahead.
McGreevy on the mound tonight, carrying his 2.52 ERA into this evening's start in what is his hometown team's ballpark. He grew up as a Padres fan, hated the Dodgers, and he gets a chance to go up against the Padres at Petco tonight. And he was mad that we didn't invite him on the show after 6 shutout innings against the Dodgers. You'd have to think he will argue with Ollie Marmol to stay in for 7. Was it Shuddy?
Yeah.
7 Shuddy?
7 Shuddy. I hope he doesn't just serve up the Padres a bunch of lollipops just to get back at us.
You think that's what that's going to be about?
Oh, well, I hope not, because we made him awfully angry.
Yeah, he was pretty pissed.
You know.
Get involved in the program, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you also can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Get a solid 5th starter and 2 bullpen arms, and this team's in the mix. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Well, they're in the mix right now.
5 teams in the NL Central are over 500. Only 3 teams in the entire American League are over 500. I guess the National League's kicking ass in interleague play. That's from Moby's brother Big.
Yeah, well, they are. They definitely are.
Cardinals are now plus 295 to make the playoffs. Doug, 3-1 on your money. You want it? That's Jugs in D.C.
Wow.
Plus 295, Papus. That's Jugs in D.C., Atlantic 10 basketball gambling expert.
Ooh, I thought on May 8th we're sitting here with the Cardinals plus 295 to make
Hell
the playoffs.
No, not me. I really thought they were in for just a horrendous season.
It was plus 430 last week, so trending.
Mm-hmm.
Take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers. Take 1 from the Brewers to bounce back. And then get that one last night. Doug, you make me angry. That's from the Dogtown Dumper Pumper.
That's
Nothing
what I
else.
try to do.
No exploration.
That's
No
what I try to do.
explanation.
Now Riley O'Brien and Mason Miller tied to lead Major League Baseball with 11 saves, I believe.
How about that?
There's no way of knowing. No one keeps track of that.
What
kind
we're going
of
to do,
stuff.
though, is over the weekend we will look it up, and we will get back to you on Monday. Okay?
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Well, yeah, you got to give it some time. It's not like it's just right there. Like there's any way to look it up quickly. There just isn't.
What's the play this weekend, Doug? That's from Cuck Knipple.
Well, first of all, O'Brien and Miller, yes, tied with 11.
Oh. Somebody call you?
No, I see it, right? Turns out there is a thing. Way to look it up.
And it was Mason Miller bobblehead night last night.
It was.
How does that feel?
Yeah.
Probably not good.
Yeah.
He's pretty unbelievable. He's all but unhittable.
His stats at the beginning of the season this year were godly.
I'm just in for a good time. That's from STL Custom Painting LLC.
Well, were you really?
I did not change that name. It's really hard to change the name if you text them as your business. That's
Is that right? But you can do it, but it's just difficult. It's like lifting.
I've not figured out a way to change that. That one's like, it's etched in stone on that one. It's like a scarlet letter.
How about this, Doug?
That.
This is a response to Cuck Knipple. Arbor Day. And this is the endorsement you want from my standpoint, because I think Arbor Day is the greatest of all time. It's weird to think about, but Doug has probably made me laugh more than any other human being in the world. Iggy's hot on his trail, but Doug seems to do it on purpose. That's from Arbor Day.
I don't know if that was a left-handed compliment or not. Probably was.
That's pretty cool, though.
I think it was a left-handed compliment to Iggy. That's where it was.
That's a good topic. Who's the person who's made you laugh the most in your life?
It's a good question. Doug might be live.
Doug will be up there. Well, just
we
pure
worked together
volume.
for 5 years at KMOV, and I'll tell you what. Jackson, I know you were too young, but on the phone books that I would sit on in my chair, they were wet because I would wee myself from laughing.
Oh, really? Yeah.
You had wet phone books?
Yep.
The dampness would seep down into the R's.
Oh.
So vivid and yet so accurate. I appreciate the free business plug. Thanks, Tim. You actually are the best. That's from STL Custom Painting LLC.
You actually are. That's a giant.
So people are now changing their names to their businesses, and I don't know. I don't know if is that a form of YOLA, Jackson?
That's a way to get free advertising.
Yeah. We're gonna have to snuff that out.
Mm-hmm.
Should we?
You can deny any name, right?
No.
Because what if it wasn't really their business, it was their competitor, and they're saying nasty things, and it sounds like this business is up to no good.
I don't like how he said Tim's actually the best.
Yeah, like he had finally figured it out.
Right.
Oh, gosh.
I'm trying to figure out if you can still get a phone book in 2026.
Yeah.
Like white pages? I don't know if that would...
That was a big day when the new phone books were there.
Is that right? That would be a pony?
Like, would that even be worth it to print it?
And the yellow pages.
Could you opt out of that? Not receiving it, but being in it?
Not being a listed number.
Yes. Unlisted numbers were a thing. Definitely.
Did you guys see that BK and Ferrari were getting after the morning after texters? That's from Harrison's brother Master. Well, here's what I think might be going on. Well, Jackson, so what happens is we get done with this program. We go down the hallway for After the Morning After. BK and Ferrari are here from 11 to 2. And some of our listeners think they're texting into After the Morning After. And the texts are coming into their program. They're discussing their topic, and all of a sudden, the recovering alcoholic is offering up his wife to a variety of different people not involved with their show. And that can throw you off.
Yeah, there's going to be some growing pains with this.
And BK shared his observation with you?
It's confused. Confused.
Do you think Bob Bragg and Bob Burns would get thrown off when people would call in and offer wives to them when they were doing their program, but they meant to call down over to KHTR?
Oh, no, they were veteran pros.
They could handle that.
I was thinking about the phone book pages. In the time before the internet and my name was in the phone book, I actually got a call once from a guy who wanted a score update. I got a call at home. At home.
Did you give it to him?
I don't think I had it to give it to him. I just remember it was one of those where you look at the phone and say, is this really happening? I had to get an unlisted number.
Yeah, that's going to do it.
Harrison's brother Master says Iggy was catching big-time strays. It was hysterical. Guess we got to find that audio.
Yeah, I guess I got to work on that.
Let's see. Can we, now that we're a year or two away from it, can we do a postmortem on Sweet Sweet Kai's infidelity stew-themed weekend and how many relationships dissolved as a result of the no +1 invites? That's from Arbor Day. Jackson, are you interested in doing a podcast on Sweet Sweet Kai's wedding and the relationship statuses of those who did not get +1s?
No. I don't want to do that at all.
It's from Arbor Day, though.
Yeah, that's fine. It's like putting the microphone in my living room, and I'm out on that. Boundaries, Doug. It's all about boundaries.
Sure it is.
You don't want to get a score update call at home.
No.
You don't necessarily want to do a post-mortem on people's personal lives at a wedding that only one person on a local drive time sports talk show was involved in.
They still married?
Sweet Sweet Kai? Yeah, of course.
And his wife was hit on by a woman at the Post Sports Bar and Grill who was mad that she was with Sweet Sweet Kai, implying that Sweet Sweet Kai wasn't man enough for his wife.
They live 5 buildings down from me now.
How about that, Doug?
Do they really?
Yeah,
5 buildings down.
Yeah, this guy, he's like Upper East Side over here.
Yeah, 5 brownstones down. That's great.
How's those new digs doing you? You like it
so
there?
far, so good. Yeah, really like it.
But he's been living minimalist.
Yeah, I just need more stuff. I got to get more stuff. I got lighting. I'm very particular about lighting. No overhead lights. Only lamps.
All right, look at you.
Only lamps.
Get Ben Franklin over here.
Lighting elitist.
Yeah, I don't. It's too harsh. Overhead lighting's too harsh.
Get a dimmer switch.
There's going to be some good text coming now.
Yeah, dimmer switch would be good. But that's not my place. Now I'm adding something in there, and you could basically kiss that security deposit goodbye if you start adding stuff like that in there.
Oh, it's a tiny little thing, little plastic thing that goes onto the light switch.
All right. What was the Bob Vila? Was it Bob Vila over there?
Yeah, this old house, I think.
It's not a real complicated move.
Tim needs to eat some crow. I said before the season that this team is going to be fun to watch, and he laughed like a buffoon. I fortunately have a ticket from our friends at FanDuel that illustrate where I was on the 2026 St. Louis Cardinals that I can hold up, and I might be able to cash here in about 3 months. And that'll be a nice little hit, Doug, because I took a brick of cash over.
Did you?
And I said, yeah, I'll take the Cardinal over of 68 and a half, and I gave my reasoning. So I understand there are a large number of reasons to hate me. I share many of them with you, but in this particular case, I say this with the greatest amount of respect. In this particular case, this one would not be one of those. So you're welcome to get involved as well. 314-399-9646. And then, of course, you are able to communicate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with 248 other TMA listeners. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Doug, 6,870 subscribers. So you're 130 away from the gold bullion that you've been craving. Mm-hmm. Ideally, by Memorial Day weekend.
I'd like some, please.
You can have some gold bullion. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel. It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stifel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stifel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports TMA, because they know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel, fantastic local sponsor of the Cardinals, the Blues, Stifel Charity Classic, the Stifel Theater, the U.S. National Ski Team, and, of course, TMA. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, dramatic. Ominous. Doug, there's storms on the horizon, both literally and metaphorically.
Okay.
Fun. TMA 101 ESPN. Great to have another new sponsor on board here on TMA. It's Lifetime Roofing, online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. That's Dustin McClendon's business. Welcome aboard to Dustin and his team at Lifetime Roofing, sponsor of the lead. Doug has apologized for leading with the St. Louis Cardinals win over the San Diego Padres.
I didn't.
Last night, and now with the benefit of hindsight, you agree that it should have been Springfield's win.
I don't think so. It's almost always, this time of year, it's almost always the Cardinals that are going to be the lead.
Have you looked at the text inbox?
Well, I don't care much what they have to say. There's a lot of schleppers in there.
Can we at least give Steve Ott and the Thunderbirds a shout-out for their win last night?
Okay, nice going, Otter. Nice going, T-Birds.
Still think Cardinals beating the Padres?
Yeah. Steve Ott was a world-class pest. We talked about that earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody in the league was any better than Steve Ott.
That trade wound up being the Steve Ott trade, not the Ryan Miller trade.
Yeah. Boy, he would really drive the other teams absolutely bat crap crazy.
I'll tell you something. I mean, we always thought he was going to get his shot. He's making his case to get that shot even sooner. Lifetime Roofing, online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. All they do is work in the St. Louis metropolitan area. That is it. They are locally owned, locally operated. They're not a franchise. They're not PE owned. They are not a storm chasing operation. This is a local and veteran-owned business. 314-800-0426. It's Lifetime Roofing. Ask them about their literal lifetime warranty on new roofs and James Hardy siding online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. Jackson has, because you listen to Harrison's brother Master, so this is what transpired yesterday on BK and Ferrario as some of the texts that were directed to us on After the Morning After were being sent to the 101 ESPN text inbox and not the After the Morning After text inbox.
Okay.
And take a listen, Doug.
We're going to improve on that. 2, I'm looking at our text line right now. Get your questions in. I don't know what After TMA is talking about right now.
Well, I can tell you it's something we can't talk about.
But we got this from Buzz. Wow, his self-control is admirable, turning down homeless women. From another text, a female with no car, no job on the hill sounds like a female Iggy.
We got to find out what number they're using for their texts and make sure people learn to. I think it's this one.
Oh, that's my guess.
This is right. Yeah.
Okay. A lot of stuff going on here. So that.
Well, we're so sorry.
This program is like a virus.
Yeah. It spreads to other shows.
A fungal infection.
The good thing is, I think the listeners, now that they've heard that, they're going to stop.
I don't know if they will.
We asked poor Frank Cusimano about that.
Yeah, he dealt with that for 10 years.
Doug, will you take off your shirt and dance to celebrate the Thunderbirds' big win? That's from the Forest Park Tree Mulch Monster.
When I'm home alone, I will. I wouldn't do it publicly.
Right.
Otter's post-game speech would make Berube proud. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
I'm sure it's very good.
What's going on?
Jugs in D.C. says if one more... What's this? Oh, I lost it. It updated. Son of a sack ass!
What happened?
I started to read it and it updated and went down like it... Anyway, he said if one more person texts in about minor league hockey, he's going to drive into the Shenandoah River. Stop it, Hoosiers.
He's out by the Shenandoah.
Mount Rushmore Rivers, Doug, go.
Oh, the old man.
Yeah.
The old man.
Clark W. Griswold, sir.
Yeah, the Nile, the Amazon.
Okay.
And how about the Missouri?
There you go.
So not De Pere?
River De Pere did not get in there. No.
Okay. Meanwhile, on the reunion between Stephen A. Smith and Skip Bayless, Doug, they are still debating Skip's list. This is now 50 minutes later of the top 10 players in NBA history, and Stephen A. Smith seemingly has gotten madder.
He can't take it.
Jackson's not happy with the list either, so it's worked on him.
He's got Magic at 2.
See, there you go.
In what world? It would be
and now is that engagement farming?
Yeah, yes. This is the thing is annoying is he's got, in my opinion, the 10 people correct. They're just way out of order.
I'm surprised he'd have Shaq at 3.
Oh, Shaq's way up there. I mean, he's not
ahead
3.
Ahead of Jabbar and Chamberlain?
Absolutely
Am I crazy,
not.
or does he not look great?
I can't believe this is going on. Right
Skip
now.
Bayless?
Yeah.
Well, he looks
I did
older.
this. I'm to blame.
You
Everybody
are.
can blame me for even acknowledging this right now.
We all need to do our own top 10.
Top 10 NBA players? Want to do it? All right. Final segment of the program for the week coming up. BK and Ferraro at the top of the hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. You can enjoy it all with FanDuel. FanDuel with a wonderful opportunity here for TMA listeners, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, every moment. Jackson Burkett has one for you. What do you got?
So they got a 50% same-game parlay going on tonight for the NBA. So here's your Papers parlay, Tim.
Papers parlay.
Here's your Papers parlay. We like the Philadelphia 76ers money line. We like VJ Edgecombe over 12.5 points, and we like Josh Hart to record 8 or more rebounds with that profit boost. That's plus 521.
Wow, plus 521.
Yeah, well, that's handsome.
I might have to pull him.
Little Papers parlay.
Papers parlay. From spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update. It's brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Pistons beat the Cavs last night, 107-97. Motorcade, Cade Cunningham with 25 points and 10 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Well, Doug, here you go. Jackson has the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day for May 8th, 2026, also known as 7 Days from the Dotem, presented to you by Cutwater.
Those who are hot, stay hot. TMA Troubadour, another win.
This guy, it's fun to watch him, kind of like Cam Young right now. Got somebody to read the greens for him, and he is rolling it true. TMA Troubadour is on a heater. That also means he was not suspended in the Appliance Discounters suspension log. You old TMA listeners, Appliance Discounters has an exclusive deal just for you. Come in today and receive an instant 5% rebate off your next appliance purchase. That's right, 5% instant savings off their already low prices. In addition to the 5% instant rebate, you can receive other factory rebates, some up to $1,500 direct from the manufacturer. Now, you know why they're called the Appliance Discounters. Huge savings, locally owned, next day delivery, 18 months interest-free financing, all from the #1 largest family-owned appliance retailer in St. Louis. Visit any of their 7 area locations in Afton, Baldwin, Concord, Plaza, Earth City, Maplewood, St. Charles, or shop online at theappliancediscounters.com. Jackson, anything you want to say to the people before you don't update text inbox names for about 20 days?
It's been a fun week.
Nice.
Well, if you missed out, I apologize. We'll get you in June.
What a wonderful
They had their chance.
Yeah, that's the great thing, Seasons change, times they are changing, but come next month, I'll be changing text
Just
names again.
something handed to me here right before we go to BK and Ferrario from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. I just want it to be known that my driver knows not to drive me south of 44, west of 270, north of Olive, and east of Hanley. If I have to get downtown for my Needlepoint Symposium, we usually take the chopper. I will circle back next week on which bar back I take down this weekend. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mouse.
I think that's reasonable.
It's nice to be kept abreast,
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.